Let's have a look. Going like you're live. Look at that. Boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's get rid of that. That was me testing the typing. We don't need to save that. Thanks, Kate. Sweet. Let's have a look at the make sure the chat's up and running. How are we doing? We got a few people in already. Philip McKean is also very keen. No repeaters from last time. Oh, that's a shame. I think. Names on. Oh, okay. Yeah, there they are. Alright, well, there we go. That is what it is. So hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm hoping that the audio on the YouTube is fine. It should be fine. I've done a few tests. And I'm hoping you can hear me here coming through clear on Discord. Thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. Yeah. Philip, you look like a very famous actor. Are you brothers with that actor? You look a lot like him. A lot like him. Or just stole the movie post image. Oh, okay. Yep. Fair enough. Alright, well today... No, I didn't want to do that. Alt Shift. There we go. Right, so last week we compiled AzerothCore and we did it manually. So we set up a virtual machine. We got that virtual machine. Let's have a look. We've got Proxmox. We then got that virtual machine up and running. We just position this microphone. I've got a feeling I'm going to be moving this microphone a lot. Can never ever find the perfect place for it. And then we created a WoW example server, which has been shut down for now. I've got a live WoW server going there as well. So we went in and we manually created that server. We went in and we compiled Azeroth directly on that, AzerothCore, and then we used my Ansible to deploy a server. So what we're going to do, eventually we actually used the Ansible to deploy this server as well, in order to just demonstrate it. But I wanted to go over the Ansible just a little bit today, because really that's sort of the goal overall, is how do we bring DevOps to this project, right? That's sort of my goal for the streams, really, is how do I bring DevOps to the game server world, not just World of Warcraft, but the game server world. Definitely a strong focus on World of Warcraft, because I love World of Warcraft, especially the classic versions of it. But also, how do we bring DevOps to game backend servers? Because honestly, but yeah. Let's have a look. General feedback. Text is a bit blurry on Discord in the search address bar, as is the left edge. Ooh. As is the left edge. Bit blurry. Yeah, it doesn't actually look that big on there, does it? I think it's just because it's just not very large, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Most of the fonts is fine, it's just the tiny stuff at the edges. Yeah, honestly I think it's just the size of the font, because I've obviously got to get a lot of information on the screen whilst also being able to use the screen at the same time. So I reckon that I don't really want to delete this one. I might delete this one and no, we won't recreate it. What we'll do is I'll go in and I'll walk through the Ansible. It's not super complicated. Does most people that are watching at the moment, do they know Ansible well enough? It's not too complex of a tool. I don't think it's too complex of a tool, but I've been using it for years, so it's one of those things where, for me, I'm still out of date with the latest changes since Red Hat came along. Pretty easy peasy. Yeah, it is pretty easy peasy. Oh no, that's the server cam. Look at it shaking away. Oh, you guys asked for some of you asked for a server cam last time. Well, that was the server cam. It's gone now. It's now called the flopping around in mid-air cam. There it is. Cat got the cam. No cat. There's the server. There's the servers. No, no cat. No cat, not this time. I think this time it was bad setup by the cat's owner, although I don't own a cat. Let's pretend that I do. I don't know how long that'll stay there for. Maybe we'll get another floppy cam moment. There you go, there's the servers. But yeah, they went for a Burton. That's good. Alright, so a few of you do know it, but not an expert. Yeah, I'd probably say that I'm not really an expert at this point anymore. It's been years since I've actually used Ansible in any sort of professional manner. But I still use it to this day in its sort of basic form, and it works really, really well. So what I ended up doing was creating an Ansible playbook. Let me actually... I have forgotten the ability to... how to zoom in the whole editor for IDEA navigation. How do I do this? It's code, refactor, blah, 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 tools. I thought it was on the window, but default custom, what is this? Active tool window, view mode, resize, no. There's a way of making the actual whole thing, zoom, the actual whole editor, and I can't remember what the, oh actually if it's shift, I wonder if it's, no, that's zoom in on the whole thing. Okay, that was funny. Oh well, okay. I don't think I'm going to show you the files. There was a way of doing this, but I don't seem to be able to recall it. Increase the font of all editors. That's of all editors, but there is actually one to do it with the actual window itself as well. What was that? That's annoying. Where did I see that? That's so frustrating. Okay, so what I worked with is I ended up creating a couple of playbooks, and I had to do it within a particular way, because you have to sort of, when it comes to Linux especially, and Windows as well, you have to set things up in a particular way, because you need administrative / root privileges first, and then after that you want to sort of work with as few privileges as possible. So shift plus scroll. No, that just expands everything. That's all good. Virtual environment. As time permits, what sets Ansible apart from things like Docker Compose, AWS CDK, or CloudFormation? Well, Ansible is a good question. Well, Docker Compose is about obviously composing together multiple Docker images to produce Docker containers and Docker networks and Docker volumes, and allows you to Docker Compose up, Docker Compose down, restart, log, execute into containers, etc. So that allows you to really maintain a single file that constitutes a collection of containers. So that's more sort of, you could argue, sort of infrastructure, because containers themselves are for sort of, you know, like a micro VM, if you like. So that's the Docker Compose is giving you the option of managing that infrastructure. With AWS CDK, again, infrastructure, it's pretty much Terraform, but very AWS specific. And then CloudFormation, Terraform, but AWS specific. The AWS CDK just allows you to write in Python or write in Go or Java in order to deploy AWS resources. Ansible lets you do that too, but I've always maintained a very clear delineation between everything leading up to the operating system. And do I have a paint program on here? Color paint. Alright. What does that do? Okay. So you gotta get a drawing now. It's not gonna be good. How big's the grey? There we go. GIMP. I'm not using GIMP. So you got, like, obviously the hardware, right? There's your hardware. And then you got the operating system. Oh, look at this. Picasso over here. So in my opinion, so this can be, you know, this can be, you know, virtualized. It can be cloud. Okay, that's what writing with a mouse looks like on an angle. And this can be, Ansible shouldn't go anywhere near this. Oh, Miro's amazing. Miro.com. I love Miro. Yeah, it is really, really good. But you shouldn't go anywhere near this with Ansible. This is your Terraform. This is your CDK and stuff like that, right? CDK, K, there you go. It's K with a umlaut on the top now, so it's CDK. This is where Ansible goes up here. So as far as I'm concerned, Ansible should just be configuration management at the operating system level, and above the operating system, which is your services. So you have your HTTP and stuff like that, right? And your SSH, like making sure that they're on the network. Firewall rules as well. So you could argue that there's another layer here that could be the firewall, but really it's part of the operating system. Really, they're the same. They're one and the same thing at that level anyway. But at the same time, I guess the firewall. There's also a firewall here as well in the form of the sort of the cloud firewall, right? But that should be managed by Terraform. That's a part of infrastructure. I think if you think about it like this, anything that's not the operating system and sits outside and supports and enables the operating system to even function and run, in my opinion, should definitely be done by a Terraform, CDK, Pulumi, those kind of tools, and then anything at the operating system level should be done by Ansible. Alright, I'm going to create an NFT from this image, and then you are free to bid on that. NFT cool image. Let's put that there for you. You go for it, buddy. Okay. Right, we'll NFT bit. We'll auction it off on an NFT Web3 blockchain later on. Okay. Alt Shift. Is it? No, I think those have been. I think those have been hijacked. They don't seem to be working for me. Can scale the whole ID as opposed to individual. Yeah, I think I've hijacked them or done them wrong. Yeah, it's probably best to do that, right? I assume you guys are struggling with seeing the actual editors. Okay. There's a control in there. Hey, and then if we, what's this? Font size. Get that back to normal. I just had to throw a control in there as well. Capital letters, huh? It's a bit excessive, Mr. Bot. I don't know what that's on about. There we go. That's a little bit better. Now you can see the files on the side at least. Sorry, Ninja. Yeah, Ninja will get you. Ninja PY will get you. Thanks for that. Perfection. So I'm using Ansible in order to effectively configure the operating system level side of AzerothCore. Bad cop, good cop, exactly right. And so we're not looking at the infrastructure side of things. I do use Terraform actually to manage Proxmox, or I have done it. There is a provider. It's fairly good. Like, it's pretty good. It works most of the time. It's got a few quirks with how it talks to the API, but other than that, it's pretty good. All right, so I've got a couple of this one here is the all playbook, but I'm actually going to do it right now. I need to rename it to good old refactor rename. We're going to change that to AzerothCore, and then there should be, you're searching all 20,000 files. Okay, brilliant. Thanks for that. I don't think you need to search the virtual environment. I don't think there's going to be any references to AzerothCore in the Python virtual environment, but okay, you do you. Okay, cool. So all is what it's hunting for. It's hunting for everything. It wants everything. It wants to gobble up. There's 136. Oh, line 100. I was going to say there's 136 instances of the word all, but I don't think there is. Yeah. Okay. In strings comments. Oh, it did find the word all in a hell of a lot of. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna exclude all of that because what the. It literally went into the virtual environment and was like, oh, there's lots of them in here. We're going to remove that. Be gone. Do the refactor here. We got here. We got here. Yeah, go. Cannot perform refactoring operation. There's a change. Yeah, there was. Yeah, okay. Rerun the search then. Okay, do the refactor. Continue. Alright, we got there in the end, except we didn't. Okay, let's try that again. Refactor. Rename. This thing's meant to be very, very good and advanced, this editor. Refactor. Search all 20,000 files again. Bloody hell. Didn't it learn from the first time? Did it not learn from the first time, good sir? What if I just exclude those? Okay, now do the refactor. Yay, it learned. Maybe I did it wrong. I did it wrong, probably. User error. 20,000 files. Yeah, the virtual environment. Libraries, VMV, yeah, everything. Okay, let's go to the README. No, just bring it up. Don't. Okay. That's really big. That's really hard to. That's what she said. That's really hard to. There we go. Where are we? Where are we? Steps to install. So we've got to run the dependencies playbook first, right? So the dependencies playbook. This is the one you run as root, and the reason you got to do that is because it's got to run a role called AzerothCore dependencies, and this role will literally set up the operating system at the root level. So that one's pretty important. So we look at the main. The first thing we do is we import the packages playbook. So we go boom. I like having a main file at the top. A lot of people tend not to do this, but the reason I like to break it out, that's to just have one big massive one. But I like to break it out because it allows you to separate them into key components, and you can easily use tags to then say, actually, I want to run the dependencies playbook, but I only want to run everything tagged with user because I just want to configure the AzerothCore user, and it allows you to skip big chunks of it. I don't do it often, but it's just become a part of my sort of standard workflow. So there you go, take it or leave it. So the first thing is packages. So we look at the packages. This is now a playbook. So we're now within a playbook within a role. So for example, we are using a role we are using a playbook to target a specific system, which then runs a role, which then imports a playbook, which then runs against that specific system. Forgive my noobish questions. Would one be likely to run Ansible inside a Docker image? Yeah, people do that. I don't, but people do that. Yeah, some people have their own Docker images that they've set up that contain Ansible and everything that they need to get going. Yeah, there's quite a few people that actually do that. But I don't do that personally. I just work directly with a raw virtual environment. Pip install Ansible and then off you go. But yeah, you can totally do that. The only downside there is you'd have to start the container, and then any code that you then wanted to run, Ansible code that you wanted to run, you'd have to have inside the container in the form of a bind mount or a volume or something, or like you go in and get cloned in there or something. So it'd be a pretty odd way to do it, but you can. Yeah, of course. So all we do with packages is we install all of the system packages, everything you need, plus a few niceties, unzip and nettools. Actually, it's that unzip is not a nicety. You actually do need it, but nettools is good for debugging, so we can see very easily what's running on the system. Then we come in and we create the user. So what we're doing here is we are creating an AzerothCore user, and then we're creating the SSH directory, and then we're adding the authorized keys. So we can see here there's a few variables. So what I've done is at the very top level is there's an inventory.txt, and you put in here, you pretty much put the IP address under the all banner, or the IP address of your Ubuntu 2404 server that will be running World of Warcraft for you. And then the way Ansible works is at the top level is you can have group vars. There's other places these can go. These group vars can go. These variables can come in different forms. You can have just variables. You can have them inside of roles. You can have them inside of playbooks. There's lots of different ways you can. There's a big list of precedents as to where they come from, but I use this one at the top level here as the default. So this is the one that as a user you would come in and you would edit, and we can see here roughly as you can see it needs to be wrapped. But there's the public key. There's the user it's going to create. There's the public key it's going to install. So if we go back to user, we can see that it's going to go over. It's going to loop over the AzerothCore SSH user keys, and so basically that's going to install that key for that user, and we're going to run everything as that user a little bit later on, and then everything else in here can be configured. Here's all of the WoW dev. There's the IP address of the virtual machine I showed you before inside of Proxmox. Here, this WoW example, that IP is indeed 89.35. That's just assigned via DHCP from the router, which is just on the desk here. And then there's various other settings that you can use, and like database, how to work, specific names of the actual databases to call them, and all these things that we'll all see being used in a second. Now what I actually want to do is I want to bring Eluna back in, and I'm also going to keep challenge modes. I actually thought the challenge modes, which was recommended in the last stream, is really cool. I really like it, so I'm going to keep that in there. And so let's, do you know what, while we are, because it doesn't take too long to do actually, let's go ahead and remove 503, 503, 503, boom boom, 503. In fact, we don't even need to. What am I talking about? We don't even need to. Let's start it up. Need that AH bot. Oh yeah, Blinky. Yeah, you were going on about the auction house bot. We can get it set up. We can have a little do that and have a little look. But I reckon, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We definitely need to. We definitely need to look at the auction house bot. Alright, if you are watching on YouTube, by the way, I do not look at the live chat. In fact, the live chat is not even enabled on the stream. So you need to look at the link in the description and come over to the Discord, where you can also watch me stream there if that's a better experience for you. And that's where the chat inside of the actual stream itself. Or if you go to chit chat, if you're having trouble with that, and just let me know and I'll guide you accordingly. But I do not look at the YouTube live, and I'm not streaming on Twitch today, because last time I streamed last week on Twitch, I got a grand total of 0 viewers, because that platform is mega saturated, so it can swivel. Is this directory structure docs going to evolve roles extra stand for Ansible? Docs I don't, it's not in docs. Docs is just above it. I think it just looks like it's in docs, but no, docs is just above it. And that actually, we'll come back, we'll have a little look at this in a mo. But this is actually a list of all of the game master commands that I use, just basically to sort of find, do things very quickly in the game after you've got it set up. But that's not the documentation from the perspective of, yeah, I should probably actually create a subfolder in here that's like AzerothCore rather than. Let's do that now. Call this one AzerothCore, and we'll move that in there. Yeah. Have you done it? Good. Alright. It likes to check everything. No, no, it's not under docs, it's just under group bars at the top there. So we're going to keep challenge modes, we're going to keep mod Eluna, and we're going to bring that VM up again, actually. So you should be up and running now. Yeah, alright. So now, if I remember rightly, 192.168.39. Oh. I didn't realise. Did I get a key installed on there, did I? I must have done. Yeah, okay. Let's have a little look here. So we got AzerothCore. Okay, sweet. So we got a manual on there. So we shouldn't be running anything. We are. Okay, we have a world server and an auth server up and running. 3724. Yeah, okay. I didn't realise they would still be running. That's fine. System CTL stuff. World server. See, the microphone's on the way again. God damn it. Auth server. Stop the auth server. Alright, let's disable these as well. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, let's get rid of those two. That. Maybe I ran it. Yeah, I must have did it on the other box. Okay, that's fine. AzerothCore manual. Let's go for it. That's it. Oh, actually, no. It would be the AzerothCore user, won't it? There it is. There's our server there. So if we sudo rm systemd server. Is it server? It is server, isn't it? I always forget. System / world server.service. Good job, buddy. You're so smart. Okay. Systemd/system. Alright, world server, rm the world server, and also what we're going to do is we're basically just going to clean up the system a little bit. I don't know why I jumped out of root, because I could have just, never mind. So that's services stopped, and they all run from that directory. So let's go in and RMRF that. Now I'm actually interested to see what will happen if I run the Ansible playbook against this system with the user already existing. What am I looking at? What am I doing here? This has gone nuts. I want 101.23 is the size that I wanted. Let's now see what happens if and then I think it's cd AzerothCore Ansible. Now we're in here. There's quite a lot in here. Right, so now that's vmv bin activate, and then we're gonna cat out the inventory. It's got the right server, and then we're gonna try Ansible ping inventory all, and then it failed to connect to oh yeah, because we didn't do user AzerothCore. Hang on. Oh yeah, because there's Superman in AzerothCore. Silly me. So Pong, good. So we know that it's working there. The stupid notification at the top can go and suck it. All right. So now what we've done is I didn't show. Did heavy lifting. Also shows again per GP2. Yeah, nice. Nice little bit of coffee in the morning there, Gavna. Let's now fire off. Yeah, I want to see what happens when do dependencies against. So we'll go Superman, and we need to provide a dash K. I did go over this last week, but we need to. It's morning for me, brother. It's 7:30 a.m. We need to provide dash capital K, and we need to say go and connect to the servers in the inventory via the Superman user. And we need dash K to say you're going to be asked for your sudo password. We need to give you that ahead of time. So it asks us for that. And on this box, it's just bad password. And then, of course, the SSH key, which I should be adding to my SSH agent, so I'm not constantly typing in that key every time. So I want to see what happens when it hits the user. Another thing I do as well at the dependency point is I install the unit files, and as you can see, it's actually put these unit files in here for systemd. Originally, I actually created user level systemd files, service files, so that you could run it directly from the user itself. So not a lot of people realize you can do this, but you can run systemctl as a normal user, and you can fire up and start services using systemd service files just directly from your home directory. You've just got to put them in the right place. However, they don't survive your login session. So if you then SSH in and you disconnect, I think the only exception might be to that might be screen. But I think given that I'm aiming to run this how you would run services in a professional background, I think you wouldn't do that on a production server, right? You wouldn't set up 5 web servers running Facebook.com on using screen. I mean, I should hope not anyway. A world of DevOps enthusiasts, amazing. Yeah, the server did start off as pure DevOps, and then I changed it about a week ago, and we're going to sort of stick with DevOps concepts and technologies, but I'm going to lean the server more towards DevOps via gaming, so that people can use gaming to learn DevOps, to then maybe get a role, maybe get a job, or learn to code. I think a lot of people actually did that. A lot of people actually commented on past videos, and they said things like they used programming when they were back in the day. Like I remember one guy said he created like a Quake mod or like a Doom mod, and that's how we learned like C++ and C and things. And then that was like 20 years ago, and now he has a job in he got a job in programming. And I think a lot of people learned that way. I think it's a fantastic way to operate, especially if you want to do creative stuff. You can actually get to the point where you can, if you do creative stuff and you mod in like Fallout or whatever, Skyrim, you can get jobs from that kind of stuff. Let's have a look. Along with it would be cool. AzerothCore AO. Is that the online? That's the interface, right? Database tool. Yeah. So there's a few running. Yeah. So these are all things that I definitely want to get going. Minecraft servers are also fun, low barrier topic. You mentioned using screen, or rather not, would daemons SP be the right way to manage these multiple servers? Spelling daemons. So daemons would be DAEMONS. You got very close there, Philip. But daemons, yeah. So effectively, daemons are just a word that's used to just describe something that runs on a system. So systemd is going to run the binary for us, and it's going to be ultimately the driver and owner of that process. If you use screen, what's happening there is effectively screen is the parent process, and it runs and gives you a shell. And then anything you run inside of that shell, when you disconnect from the screen just continues to operate in the background. And then when you log out, it continues to operate in the background. And so that is essentially what's happening there. Understanding having game service, the auth service, and the web services with it, yeah. I think that adding it, I think it's a good idea, Blinky. In fact, you know what I'm going to do, mate? Let me just get a copy of that. Where are you gone? Copy the link. Alright, let me just pop it in the old YouTube streams, current format and ideas. That hasn't synced, that's annoying. Why ain't you bloody synced, eh? I've got a note here that haven't synced from my phone in Obsidian. That's a bit shit. Come on, Obsidian. Oh, maybe have I got to leave the... Oh, yeah. Have I got to leave the page for it to sync? Come on. They're right there. Go. Go, go, go. Well, it doesn't want to sync, so... Oh, unless I'm in the wrong vault. Yeah, I was in the wrong vault. That explains it. Alright, so let me put in stream general overview, ideas, and I'm going to put Blinky. I'm going to start crediting you guys for your ideas, making sure that you... Yeah, AO wow. And I don't know if... Oh yeah, and you know what, we'll put Blinky in again for the A8 bot, because Blinky's obsessed with his auction house bot. He likes talking to bots. As a kid, I did custom maps in War 3 and got into plugins for Counter-Strike 1.6 and servers, and now I'm a full... That's amazing, Dragon. That is an awesome story. That is so cool. That was so cool. Philip says, I was doing Unreal Tournament and Descent maps to start, tinkering on random websites. Now I'm a solutions architect 30 years later, helping teams, totaling more than 60 engineers contribute to web application projects. That's amazing. I love these stories. But I do have a huge gap in terms of hosting stuff. So that's why I'm into... Yeah, that's fine. I understand, Dragon. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of developers, they miss out on the ops side of things, because really, ultimately, ops is in and of itself an entire job. Just as a Blinky again with another suggestion. Good grief. It's just a Blinky show. The Mike and Blinky show. Simple WoW registration. Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of developers don't get time to do ops because they're busy developing, right? Which makes sense. If I was going to host a server now, I would just start the executable in screen and maybe make a bash script that checks status and start in case of problems. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, if that works for you, then that's fine. That wouldn't work very well in production, in like a commercial setting. I'm not sure that would go down very well. But if it works for you in the moment, then okay, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's just tech, right? They're just all tools at the end of the day. These are just all tools. All right, so we've just fired off the dependency, and it worked fine, and it went ahead and ignored the fact that the user set up our user. It's basically included it, but it's not actually done anything, which makes sense because it already exists. It's gone and done the database side of thing, added the author. Oh, there we go. Sorry, created the user. It said OK. Ansible uses OK to basically inform us that there was no change. There was literally no change at all. But as you can see, if we come down here, you see changed. So uploaded a temporary file, it ran the raw SQL, now deletes the file, blah blah blah, and that gets the database all set up. But the raw SQL itself is actually set up in a way so that if I go into templates here, come to SQL, I think it's this one. Yes, so this one uses the This one will connect to, because it's running as root, it can just walk straight into MySQL, but it will drop the DB user if it exists, sorry, and then recreate it again, identify by, grant all privileges on all AzerothCore underscore. That's actually wrong. That's actually wrong, because we actually allow you to define the names of the databases. So that would actually be broken by these. Interesting. Now, if I come into AzerothCore templates, AzerothCore, the world server, I'm pretty certain does not have any. I added these in recently as well, so they need to be pushed up because the core adds new parameters every now and then. I'm pretty certain that no. Okay, no, I am wrong. Okay, so the world server port, the world realm ID, yeah, so the DB server, the DB port, DB user, DB password, Azeroth DB auth world characters, yes. Okay, so they are used in there, therefore that SQL would fail if you change the name. Why don't I use that? Oh, right, so the .my.cnf. So what this does is this is going to drop, I believe it actually drops it into the Azeroth user, actually, now that I think about it. I thought it was already an Azeroth, okay. Yeah, it does, it drops it into my.cnf. And as you can see, username, password, AzerothCore, localhost. So I think what the idea there is that I can use that file to authenticate the MySQL client to the MySQL daemon, which allows us to then just effectively walk in. Now, there will be databases, because there will be. So if we go ahead and let's just drop them. Drop database, AzerothCore underscore auth. Let's do world, that'll take a minute. Setting up Grafana and getting PagerDuty alerts for issues seems a step forward. Yeah, and to be honest with you, Alex, we need to do that on this server too. I'm going to put you down for that one, Alex, and let's get a server stats plus dashboards. I'll put in brackets observability to a degree. So we'll need like low key for logs, and then we'll have to decide as a collection. We've got an architect Philip in the room. We'll have to decide what the overall observability stack look like. Do I create a second VM and ship the logs off to it? Because that's why I use Proxmox, right? So the server under here. Let me bring up OBS. That one directly under my finger. Where are we? What is that? Is that me pointing? That's me pointing. That one. That's the WoW server. That one's actually a true NAS server. So that's like 6 terabytes NAS storage. 6 is a bit weak. I need to upgrade that. And then this is the WoW. So this has 64 gig of RAM in it, and so it can handle quite a bit. And with the objective being, of course, to handle characters. Why doesn't tab ever work? Of course, the objective being to run multiple servers, so we can run multiple VMs on there, and we can have the WoW one with 16 to 24 gig of RAM, and then we can have a observability stack on there. We can separate out the database server. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can do whatever we want, for we are the rainbow. Okay, so that the .mycnf goes up there. This will fail. So I'm wondering whether what I do instead is, first of all, tell that to stop auto-indenting that. What if I do grant privileges on, and then I think I actually need to... Why do you keep tabbing in like that? I'm actually wondering whether... It's a template. It is a template. I actually think I've got to do that, because it may not be called AzerothCore, because you can change the name of it, right? Let's find out what we got here. That works great for. I'm doing this at one-off servers, paying for auto restarts. Oh yeah, referring to the screen setup. Yeah. Cohen mentioned monitoring solutions Cohen mentioned might be overkill, but you could install something like Uptime Kuma. Oh, Uptime Kuma. Yeah. You can do Uptime Kuma. I think for me, because I don't run these, because we're just learning, I don't run these all the time. However, if you guys want me to run a 24/7 server with all this stuff on it, I can do if you want, and then just invite individual people with accounts. I was actually going to set it up so that I didn't have time to do it today, but I was actually going to set it up so that we had a WoW server that runs during the stream, and then you guys can actually connect and just play around inside there, but only during the stream, and it persists until the next time. So the database persists, so the next time you log in, your characters are still there. We could do that if you want. That sounds fun. I reckon that would be pretty cool. We can even give everyone GM, and they can just mash the place up. I mean, who cares, right? Never had more than one off setting. Dev server. And that worked already set up. That makes sense, Dragon. You probably got dedicated ops people, right? 2. Yeah. Okay. 2. Don't do that. That's actually fine. That part is actually fine. I reckon we comment that out and then we repeat this, because I don't think there's anything wrong with repeating it a few times. And then we get it in here, and then we go DB world like that. I think that should work fine, but we're going to find out. Create user. So I want to get it to redo that. So if we now come over here and rerun, because that is the dependency. Yes, so that will run. So that's our. Oh, actually, let me. Yeah, that's the one. Sweet. Okay. Password. Gathering facts. Boom. Alright, seam. I'm not putting a seam in, Blinky. Bloody hell. If you do the live server midstream, it would be cool to be able to whisper the stream from in-game. To whisper the stream from in-game. Whisper the stream from in-game. Whisper the stream from. Do you whisper the stream from in-game? Do you mean have what's going on inside of Azeroth come out? And I mean, because I can obviously I can just add another screen on here on the canvas in OBS, and we can just have a WoW client. If that's what you mean. Like I can bring up a WoW window. I'd definitely be changing my password from bad password if I'm going to be sharing it with you guys. And then what I can do, I mean the WoW window's right there on the screen, obviously, but I can put it in the background with you guys playing on it, and then I can come in here and do another window capture, and then I can do WoW, and then I can go window. There you go, World of Warcraft, and then I can just window madness, and then just you guys just clowning around. Lol. That might get in the way, but we can try it. I think that would be funny. Yeah, Seam are a pain. Yeah, they are a pain. Maybe a tray chat monitored and redirect into Discord bot. Yeah, nice. Love that. That's so funny. Yeah, you could do that because you can monitor. I think in AzerothCore you can monitor the chat channels. I'm pretty certain you can monitor the chat channels. I need to do something about the light coming in that window. It's a bit too backlit for my liking. Yeah, might go and get a shade cloth today from Bunnings. Alright, did that run? Oh, ooh, let's have a look. No database selected. What? What's going on? No database selected. So the raw command is blah, that's... Oh, yeah. That was meant to be that. God damn it. God damn it, Mike. Why don't you use your fucking brain? Okay, let's have a look. So that executed our raw SQL perfectly fine. So that should be up and running. God damn it. You should publish these ideas to junior devs. They would want them to get them out of the tutorial purgatory. Great on a CV too. Yeah, I like that going. That's really nice. Do you mean sort of? Oh, you mean like we should implement this and we should implement that, you reckon that should come from you reckon that should come from devs. Devs should do that. There we go. I wanted the background music. Very nice. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let me know though. I can always just adjust the window. Bring it down to about 68%, just so it's gentle. You can't hear while on Discord. No, you won't, unfortunately. I've not worked that out yet. It's because I have to do... trust me, I tried. You have to do... a virtual K... On Windows, it's super fine. But on Linux, you have to use like Jack to create like a... OBS can, there's tricks. Oh look, if you can tell me now on stream if you yeah, okay. I tried like Jack to create virtual cables and it was super complicated. I tried using Pulse audio commands to create a thingy and that sort of worked but didn't. So alright, so the Azeroth has run that. Let me just come in here. AzerothCore DB character. I think that's gonna work fine. So then after that, main, AzerothCore user, we then do the sudo as file. This actually doesn't work. I need to work out why this doesn't work, but it doesn't. What this is meant to do is it's meant to allow the AzerothCore user that we create to effectively use systemctl in order to start things like the auth server. Ooh, I wonder if it's because I've got .service on the end. Because the command has to match exactly. Yeah, Philip, thank you. I'd really appreciate that, mate. Not devs per se. I'm a member. I'm a mentor by trade, and the number of my mentees have is what project. Yeah, I agree, Cohen. I've done a lot of mentoring myself, and I totally agree. That is one of the key things that I found as people go, "What do I work on?" You're absolutely right, and what I actually advise people to do, and I'd like your feedback on this, Cohen, is I tell people to either go and work on an open source game because the games are very complicated, even if they're not interested in games because they're complicated, or I tell them to go and find a repository on GitHub that interests them, like a project, and either work directly on the project via pull requests, or if they're interested in things like DevOps, find a repository that doesn't have CI/CD workflows, doesn't have testing in place, doesn't have releases in there, isn't compiling the software, and blah, blah, and add them. Do a pull request. Go in and actually add them. So pull the repository down, fork it down, fork it, clone it, and then PR to open source projects. Exactly. I personally think that they're giving back to the community. They're getting the name that's public. It's on the CV. It's a real project. It can benefit real people. They'll learn from it. And provided that the people who run the open source project aren't assholes and just treat them like crap, they should get positive feedback if the solution is bad, and they can work on it and refine it, and then eventually they will actually contribute to a real project. That's what I tend to tell them. Blinky says Linux audio is difficult. It is, man. Yeah. Alex says every time Michael updates the script and reruns it, is Ansible smart enough to take it from the last failed step, or it just reruns everything, Alex? But you can. I think there are ways of just running failed. I believe it's been a while. The thing with Ansible is it's updated quite a lot since I last. I'm pretty certain. Become connection flush, force list, start a task. You can do start a task. You can use tags. Tags are a very good way of doing it. Asphalt power. Actually, can you? Connection options. Privilege. No, maybe you can't by default. Function browser flush cache. No, you can use tags and you can use start a task. Step one at a time, confirm each step before running. That can be useful for debugging, especially if you want to run it and then you want it to do something and then you want it to wait. You can then log into the server and check what it did. So that's actually very good for debugging. But no, you can't say start from failed. It'll rerun everything. But that's where tags and separation comes in. Like if you separate out into multiple playbooks and you break out roles and things. And like I said with the roles before, if you go into the main, I import them like this and I put tags on those playbooks. So I'm including tasks inside of tasks packages.yml, tagging it with packages. Include task users.yml, including it as user, tagging it as user, and then that allows me to then just target that specific thing. So if I run Ansible with tags user, it will effectively pull in all the roles about, and it will only run things like that that are tagged. That's the only thing that will get run. Sudo is, this doesn't work, but I'm gonna check something when we get the server up and running. Yeah, the MySQL user goes in, and DBA, that's the one I've just edited. That's that one. Why isn't that in SQL? Templates. You should be in there, actually. You don't actually, you didn't find, are you sure? Okay, it didn't find any, but that's not true. Okay, so source, so that should be SQL/DBA. Alright, let's rerun that. I just want to make sure that runs as expected. You can put the become password inside the inventory file as well. Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I need to try OBS. Oh, Linux was difficult. You're telling me try getting Rocksmith to work with Realtone on Steam Deck. Oh wow, yeah. Anything like that is a pain. Let's have a look. I'll need to try OBS on Arch Linux. The setting is there in OBS on Windows, but I definitely know that it's not always that easy. Tag me in a week if I don't get to it. Alright, Philip, thanks very much, mate. Appreciate that. I'll do a bit of work myself as well. I used to use VB Audio on Windows, and that actually allowed you to create a virtual audio device that you plugged apps into, and then it came out, and then you could plug your microphone into it. And then that virtual microphone was effectively like a line out, and so you could say to Zoom, Discord, Microsoft Teams, anything you wanted, that's my microphone there. And it meant that anything that then came out of OBS, came out of that cable, it meant that anything that went in the cable came out the cable, such as the OBS canvas and all the sound effects. But alas, getting that running on Linux turned out to be a pain, so I need to find a modern solution to that. Cohen, yes, working on open source projects is great, but as you mentioned, some project owners are quite elitist. This puts many off, yeah, especially if there's coding conventions. I personally get them to build an application around one of their hobbies, such as a football league score tracker. That way there's a level of passion associated with creating the project. I think that's an awesome idea, Cohen, and that's really cool of you to do that. And I think that that's a really, really good idea. I think you've nailed that. People coming on in, great. Alright. Well, what have we got on YouTube over here? Yeah, a couple of viewers. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So now that we've got... Where's it gone? There it is. So that's working fine. I just shifted the SQL file over into the SQL templates folder just to neaten things up a little bit. So what's the next thing? And then it's systemd. So this is where we just drop a load of systemd service files in, which is these here, and these are for managing. Now, so this will be interesting to Dragon if you're still around. I see you're in the audience anyway. So what systemd also allows you to do, which is why it's better than using screen, and this is what I would recommend you look into, is systemd lets you do all kinds of things to lock down that process and prevent it from doing a lot of damage to the system if it's cracked in, right? So I assume you can see that okay. If I do that, whoa, look at that, baby. Built-in magnifying glass. I'm not sure what that looks like for you. It might look absolutely mental. It looks mental to me, but hopefully it's zoomed in. Yeah, look, woo, it's you guys. Alright, so you can do things like no new privileges from the process. It can't escalate its privileges in any way. Private temp, private devices, private device policy closed, protect system strict. Its home directory is read only. Protect controls, blah 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 blah. So you can do things that allow you to really lock it down in systemd. And this isn't everything you can do. You can actually do even more than that, actually. So that allows you to, it's fairly clear as long as you don't pan too far off the text. Oh, okay. Too far right. Oh no, did you not see it? Okay. I'm looking at, so I can see in OBS that the text is there, right? You can see that, right? Like right now you should be able to see all that text quite clearly. Now I'm going to pan over so I can read your Discord. I saw everything I needed. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. I'll keep that in mind next time though, thanks. And so these things allow you to, this is why it's better. This is why I used to actually hate systemd. I used to find it annoying. But I actually really like systemd now. It's pretty good. It's come a long way, and it does actually make things a lot simpler. But anyway, this is the configuration of the service files for the world and the auth server. Now I think I'm actually noticing protect home read only. Really? How's it writing log files then? I have to work out what that one does again. Maybe I've just copy pasted that in thinking that I'm smart. Alright, the dependencies is working fine. So what we have to do now is we have to now run the AzerothCore playbook. So the dependencies one requires you to run as root, but the AzerothCore one requires you to run as the AzerothCore. Execute the AzerothCore playbook using the non-privileged user. So these are my document. This is my documentation that I wrote. The world server will not run automatically, but the auth server will. So the auth server will get fired up, and that means that means that does work. The sudo should work there then. Okay. And what we need to do, the reason I do that is because I want it to run as that user so that it gets people into the mindset of running as a non-privileged user. But also, you've got to go in and do this little next step. You've got to go in and create an account. Now, as Blinky pointed out, there is a registration system, but of course you can't really do that when you need what are they called? Game master commands. So I actually find there's no real issue with going in, enabling the console, turning on the world server manually, then using the console to create an account, as we can see here, and then using that account to then log in. Using that account to then log in and play around inside of the game, and after the fact using something like the simple WoW registration to allow people to create normal accounts. Then after that point you can disable the console, have the service run, and then never go to the console again. Pretty rare anyway that you'd need to. If you do need to go into the console again, that is why a few people really like screen, because you can actually just attach to the screen. Carwin Nelson, welcome back, bro. Welcome back. People attach themselves to the screen, and then they can go straight into the console, and then they can configure it. They can play around inside the console, but I don't try to avoid doing that if I can. And then of course it's World of Solocraft. So although this can be used to set up a server that can be played by thousands of people if you want it to be, my focus is actually on one person playing it. We've got quite a bit of conversation going. I saw everything you need. Snap. I had to let's have a look. As a tutor, I'm having one student spin up a Spring app in Docker that runs WebSockets, tic-tac-toe. That's cool. Fairly clear. Okay, that's cool. Snap. I had a mentee do that in Go. His next steps are to get an LLM to be his opponent. That's really cool. Expensive and inefficient to have LLMs be the algorithm for the player, but very good exercise. I have no room to talk since solutions we're working on it, and it's probably overbuilt for the game in question. Easier to making an actual fake player. Definitely the cost of load comparison. It's easier to get the AI role. Yeah, I think into an AI role. Yeah, I think if you're playing around with LLMs to get them to play you in a game, especially a game that you wrote, I think that's a really cool way of getting AI into a game. It's a very inefficient, chunky AI, but it's a really, really fun way of doing it. I really like that. I think that's a really good idea. So it's gone ahead and created. So now what we would do is we'd run the AzerothCore one against the same inventory, and now we'd say to Ansible, you need to go and log in as the AzerothCore user. There's no become password necessary. We're basically going to use the same SSH key, which is put in place for us, and now we're just going to say to it, go and check out the code and run everything. So this now should ideally just work. The only failure I'm predicting with this compilation process right now is Eluna, because Eluna failed to compile last time. Just going to put this fan up because it's pretty warm in here. You might be able to hear it on the fan on the microphone. I do apologize. So, yeah. But what I want to try and get done within this stream is, in fact, let's go to GitHub. Let's have a look what we got in here. Oh, I've got to sign in. Really? Alrighty. Alright. Fine, I'll log in then. Where's my security key? Give me a second. I shall go and get my security key. I got my security key. Alright. What's plugged into this? Better not be anything I need right now. No. Alright. Go. Go. Boom. Boom, and the authentication is done. It is a YubiKey, yeah. I actually have it on my keys. I got the one that also supports iOS, so Lightning, and then they switched the iPhone to USB-C, so that's very nice. But luckily it's got USB-C on the other side as well. Is moving to Australia a reasonable prospect for a tech worker these days, you coming from the UK? A lot's changed since I went through the immigration process, and I went through... So, Carwin, do you have a degree? Did you go to university? Did you pass the degree? That's question number one from me. Nope, self-taught. So straight off the bat, you might not get sponsorship, because I almost went through the sponsorship stage 10 years ago, and the lawyer that the company hired said, "Do you have a degree?" And I said no, and he went, "Well, that's the end of that then. So you do need a degree. If you've got more than 5 years experience, then what you might be able to do is go and get a graduate certificate where you do 1 year of study." Yeah, I've been working professionally for around 10 years now, so 10 years, yes, that'll get you into uni. You do 1 year of study and you come out with a grad cert, which is effectively a undergrad. It just proves that you can operate at that level. If it's the wrong degree, I don't think maybe that doesn't matter, I don't know. I don't think that's too big of a concern. If you don't have that, your actual best bet, Carwin, it's probably meeting a partner in Australia and going through a relationship visa, which, depending on your personality and what you're into, that's something you'd probably end up doing anyway, if you think about it, right? If you moved here, you would then eventually meet someone and settle down with that person, so you almost sort of want to just do that first. But that's how I ended up having to do it. And now I'm married to that person, so and so because I've been here, I don't think my current partner would be chill with that. I think your current partner would be a bit pissed if you had a secondary backup partner in another country. Yeah. Yes, I mean you could technically call it redundancy. Like you could say, "Hang on, darling, I'm load balancing my love to ensure that I've got redundant love." But I'm not sure that would pass. Yeah, I'm not sure that passed. That's pretty funny. I have an engineering degree in industrial design, but I just like coding more. Dragon, my brother-in-law and his wife are industrial designers, industrial engineers. They have the same degree. Yeah, a CDN relationship, exactly. It's like a love distributed network, content delivery network. It's a love delivery network. If you try and bring a greyhound into Australia, that hound will probably be put into a pound for about 3 months and quarantined. Especially coming from the UK where they have rabies. There's no rabies in Australia. Rabies has never been introduced to Australia, and they are ridiculously paranoid about it ever coming in. So your dog would never would probably either never make it or would be impounded for quite a while until it passes a lot of tests. So yeah, sorry about that. It might have changed in recent years. There is a tech boom, especially in cybersecurity, so that might be helpful to you. What am I doing? AzerothCore. Oh, that's right. Oh, that was a wiki though. How's the dog's population? Pretty good. I've got a dog. Plenty of people with a dog. It just depends on where you are as well. I'm in Queensland, and Queensland's a bit police statey. Like they're pretty like there's a lot of rules everywhere. It sort of comes off historically out of the 80s when they had a. Do I not have a fork of this? Wow. Okay. I don't have a fork of Wrath of the Lich King. Lovely. So, what I want to do while that other thing's running in the background, still going. So now it's compiling. So it's pulled all the code. It's pulled the 2 modules here. So it's pulled challenge modes and Eluna, and I'm hoping that Eluna now works because it didn't compile last week. And then and now it's running the compilation script. If it fails again, I'll have a look at the compilation script just to make sure it's not something that I'm doing wrong, which is most certainly possible. What are we doing? So hang on. I want to create my own builds of this here. So I could either do that locally and then push the releases to Upload Academy. So I can create a repository here, perhaps under the Ansible repository itself, and I can then, wow, 8 months, it's really been 8 months since I pushed. Okay, I've got changes, I'll push them today. I wonder if I just put it on this. I wonder if I just, look at that doggo. Oh, this is sweetie. Oh, what a cutie. Look at that doggo. Oh, sweet baby. I love dogs. I love cats as well, but I love dogs. I'm actually wondering whether I, how do I, do you know what I'm going to do? Save image, just put it in pictures, save, OBS, boom, image, doggo face, that's what I'm calling the scene, doggo face, pictures, well, which one is it? Oh, it'll be that one, right? Yay! Look at the doggo. Doggo fish! There you go, your dog has been immortalized in my stream. Okay. Alright. So, no royalties, don't get any royalties for anything. Alright, okay. I reckon I put it on here, so I reckon I just manually build it for Linux. And then, add a release here, I think. Please tell me you compiled. Alright, still going. Come on, Eluna! You can do it, Eluna! Dog of the day. Actually, let's, is that one locked? No, it's not locked. Those layers should actually be locked. Oh, come on. Stop being silly, you guys. Go there like that. Yeah, that's a lot of stacked things right there. Join Discord. We'll put that one there, and then let's go new, free text. Oh, we're going to say doggo, and say doggo face of the day. It's really big. I didn't expect it to be that big. I would have thought that it would have been a bit more sensible, but it has chosen not to be. That's insanely small. 24. That's insanely small. 38? 36? Guys, it's gone from being a WoW stream to a doggo stream. How do I... Oh, yeah, that's how I did it last time. Doggo face of the day. And then if we just go here and do that, I don't know why, but I really like this little gradient selection colors. There we go. Doggo face of the day. Join Discord. Great. And then if I just select these layers, and lock them. Lock. Great. Yay. Alright, so that's compiling. Carwin's dog is now immortalized until the next stream. Until someone presents me on the next stream with a new doggo. You have used AC's fork. Yeah, mod player bots is pretty cool. I will definitely add yet a... no, I don't think I'll add that, actually. I don't like the player bots because, again, yeah, as you've pointed out, you've got to use a separate fork. And I just wonder whether... I just worry that I'd miss out on things. Like the bots wandering around. I liked more the approach with vanilla party bots. Yeah, party bots is pretty good. Yeah, I think the bots walking around inside the world. I don't know. Are there any good mod bots? That got answered. Sorry, Alex, I missed that. You can't import/export pets without extensive quarantine. Yeah. I tried the Oz thing years and years ago. I had a job lined up, apartment in Canberra, but it all fell through because I didn't have the contingency funds, nor did my guarantor. Sorry to hear that, Cohen. Canberra is a pretty expensive place. It's also pretty boring, to be perfectly honest with you. Canberra's a pretty flat place. ADHD, will be right back. Oh my god. Who's got ADHD? Is that me? Have I got ADHD? Have I been infected? Should I just build it on here and attach it to this as a release? That's what I'm wondering. DevOps stream plus random, pretty much. Yeah, we chat as well. We chat and we do things. I'm trying to think. Do we compile the source? Do I compile the source and add it onto my AzerothCore Ansible repository as a asset? Or do I fork AzerothCore Wrath of the Lich King, and then I pull from upstream, build inside of that project, automate that, and then pull from that from my Ansible? Or should I do it directly? If I do it here on the AzerothCore Ansible, then it's just here, and then there isn't like a secondary project that you have to go to. Fork, yeah. Git submodule AC. Maybe. I think a Git module. I think a submodule might be a bit heavy, but I like that idea. It's not too bad. I guess if I do a fork, it keeps the Ansible repository clean. How many streams? How many viewers? 20 viewers on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. If you are on YouTube and you're wondering where the live chat is, the live chat does not exist. The live chat does not exist. I repeat, the live chat does not exist. Come over to Discord. There's a link in the description. I do not look at the live chat because it doesn't exist. And I don't stream to Twitch anymore because it's saturated and crap. Alright, let's... Okay. Okay. Copy master branch only. Yes. Go. Now, I'm pretty certain that these guys have a set of build files already, but I don't know what it is about the AzerothCore project. Or they really just have a hard-on for not releasing pre-compiled binaries, and I don't understand why. Thanks, Philip. Really appreciate it, mate. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. I do like to try and keep it entertaining and technical at the same time. I'm really glad you enjoyed it, mate. And I think it's good that you're going off to do chores as well. It's very mature of you. Well done. Very mature of you. Haha. Did you get it? MAC. Forget it. Alright. Have a good day, mate. On the topic of home labs, I've got a server rack at home, but I've only got a UDM Pro in it for my APs and security cameras. Okay, I want to add some servers, but it turns out finding decent rack mount servers on eBay is hard, so I bought a Juniper PoE switch. My plan is to get a shelf and add like 3 N100 mini PCs for a Proxmox cluster. Very cool. That's what I had. I had a Proxmox cluster. Actually, I had a Kubernetes cluster with 6 nodes for practicing and learning Kubernetes. I wanted to learn Kubernetes from the ground up, and I did, and it was hard and annoying, and now I hate Kubernetes and never work with it again. And I would tend to, if I can, I will always try and set fire to any Kubernetes clusters that I come across in the wild. I carry matches and petrol with me everywhere I go now. But and then I just repurpose all the servers, and I made a Proxmox cluster, and then I took one of the servers out of the cluster because I wanted to use it for a lab for a friend. So then now I had 2, and then they're just not a cluster anymore, and one of them's now in work, and I just dumped 128 gig of RAM in that, and I've got this one under my desk. So yeah, that's my home lab. It's spread out everywhere. I've got one in work with Tailscale installed, so I can remotely access that. And then I've got this one under the desk here. In fact, there's 2 technically, because I made one into a TrueNAS, and then I think there's another 2 still in the garage. Spread everywhere. All right, Windows build. Oh, good, they've got a Windows build as well. Okay. Pull requests. Okay, so they pushes to the master branch it runs. Concurrency, jobs, Windows build, strategy, matrix. Okay, boost root. So they've got they've got the compiler build, they build everything, but they never push out a release. They've even got a macOS build. They've even got a Docker build. What the PCH. What's PCH? What is PCH? PCH. Let's have a look. Jobs, build, strategy, fail fast include Ubuntu 22.04. Is that what I use? Or do I use 24? Oh, I use 22.04, don't I? Yeah. I always forget. Oh, 24.04 is what I use, sorry. Compiler, CLang 18, runs on Matrix OS name. If github.repository equals and not github.event.pull-request.draft steps. Okay, so we'll need to go in and edit that. This is a problem with having a fork, right? Is, I guess, pre-compiled header in my head, but I imagine they don't mean that. Pre-compiled header. I don't know. It's a good. Oh, there we go. PCH true with PCH true. Steps, action checkout, users, action, Linux build. Alright, actions, Linux build. GitHub actions, Linux build. Linux build. I don't think that's it. PCH. Oh, how to fix .pch file. That Linux build was a relative path. That is correct. It was. Go away. Actions Linux build. I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Actions Linux build. But what with PCH? Okay. So. Okay. So it could be a. Where are we? It could be a flag inside a Linux build, like an actual parameter inputs PCH. Flag to enable or disable PCH. Okay, running path. Okay, so here's all of the build, which is good. Configure, setup steps. That's good. It does everything basically. An amazing description. Amazing description. Just really, really helpful. Doesn't make me want to scream at all. Alright, PCH. Who cares anyway? We'll just assume that it's a good thing. Run unit tests. Check startup errors. Try run the world server. Try run the auth server. Start MySQL container. This is all pretty comprehensive. I have no idea, for love nor money, why they don't actually. Okay, I understand why workflows. Okay, workflows aren't being run on this fork product because this project contains workflow files was forked. We have disabled them from running on this fork. Make sure you understand the configured workflows and their expected uses before enabling actions on this repository. Okay, thanks, buddy. well, I've got no intention of really pushing to master until I pull from upstream. But let's have a look at the. There's a PCH build in here. No PCH build, no module, no PCH module build. Okay. Show them all workflows. Windows build. I'm really glad they got a Windows build. That actually makes my life a lot easier. Well, I'm trying to think whether or not do I want to disable any of these. Like things like issue labeler, I don't obviously need that. They also don't have a, they've not added any manual triggers to these, so you can't actually just manually trigger them. So, let's go back in. I actually really dislike GitHub Actions. I actually don't like the whole Linux build. That's not the one I wanted. Let's look at a core build PCH 2 months ago. It is pre-compiled headers. I probably want non-pre-compiled headers, right? Because I probably wanted to build them each time. Is it the Intel single chip chipset? Is what Dragon? Oh, are you referring to the N100? Carwin's N100. That Linux build, amazing description. Pre-compiled headers. Okay. This runs on pull request, open, reopen, and synchronized, and on pushes to the master branch. All right. GitHub Actions allow manual trigger of workflow. Manually triggering actions. Manually running a workflow. There's a. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Google GitHub Docs is down. Nice. Good job, bro. Let's go to a third party and get them to actually workflow dispatch. Let's now go back to here. And let's I'm actually wondering whether excuse me. Right, let's edit this file, and I'm going to get rid of excuse me. Git and not github.event.pull-request.draft. Holy moly, you can have a draft of a... You can actually trigger a workflow based on someone saving a draft of a pull request. Okay, that's pretty cool, I guess. So it's going to do check out the Linux build, it's going to pass in those things. Can just fork and clone your fork and create branch checkout for testing, editing, merge your... Yeah, absolutely, Blinky. I just think that we can also just add that in. And that actually gives you the ability to manually run it. And I just want to see if it works. Enabling manual deployment. God damn it! I want to be able to manually run this workflow. Commit directly to the master branch. That is how we do it. We go straight to production, baby. Alright, let's have a little look. Was it that one? No, it wasn't that one. It was the core one. Yeah, there we go. Run the workflow. So it's actually queued already because obviously we pushed to master, right? So enabling manual deployment, PCH build, because that was the file that changed. The amount of downtime Git has these days has been frustrating. It's really embarrassing for a company with as much money and resources as Microsoft. I agree. I fully agree. Alright, this is the one I'm interested in, and what I want to see is... oh, did ours compile? Okay, it's still going. Lovely. It does take a while to compile. This is why I want to compile it ahead of time, via GitHub. and have pre-existing binaries that I can actually pull from the Ansible. So the compilation option is there, obviously, because I've written it. But also, I think the default I'll switch to pointing at these builds and pulling them down instead, because I think a pre-made executable would be way better. So I've got a feeling that this should work absolutely fine, because those guys wrote it and have tested it. So it really does take a long time to compile. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it's got a lot to do, right? We're talking about a lot of code. I also think that if I go to here and go to WoW example and go to summary, it's not getting too smashed. It's not using too much RAM, but it is, it's going for it, right? Why is it using exactly... Yeah, okay, you got 4 cores. Well, there shouldn't be any limits on that. 100%. Yeah, okay. Weird. Yeah, okay, whatevs. Whatever. Manually trigger, no. There we go. Alright, what are we looking at here? So now it's doing the exact same compilation. I've got no idea whether did it set cores with make? Yeah, I think it set them to it did I think it does do -J4. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I've got that in there. Let's have a look. It's a great question. Good spot, guys. Source, but I'm pretty certain I did get it in there. Updated modules, build. At least I think I did. Yeah. This is how we do it. Oh yeah, baby. So nproc -- all. We'll pull everything out and just pass it on to the little flag there. Can you guys see that? Can you see that okay? That okay? Good, okay. Glad we cleared that up. We see each individual pixel. It gives you, including, my understanding, is it gives you all available cores, including things like hyperthreading. Returns a number of cores, so like everything. Yeah. Well, I think it actually gives you everything, including all. It gives you more than that. I think I found it did operate quicker if I used it. So. Here. Alright, 18% on the GitHub Action side. What does it return on the VM? It'll probably return 4 on the VM. It's a good question, actually. 4. The VM is configured with 4 cores, so. And the box has 4 physical cores. It's the boxes are quite cheap, actually. I bought them as cheap as could because I was buying 6 of them. I think I spent about $1,000, I think, for all 6. That gives you an idea how cheap they were at the time. They've been upped. They've been upped a lot since then. But they've just got Ryzen 3s in, like low-end sort of desktop CPUs, because they're not really. They're just for testing, right? They're not pushing the They're not pushing boundaries. It is quite strange. I do agree. There seems to be some. Well, it's using 32%. Oh, sorry, 25%. Yeah. That is odd. 1 socket, 4 cores. There's definitely no restrictions. I don't think I have a top. It's returning 4 on the VM. We just checked that. Four, and then with all 4 sudo atop, baby. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry guys, it doesn't like your the number of columns and lines that I've given it, so there we go. Unrestricted view, privileged. I mean, it's got one of the cores. See, 97%. So it's using oh, the compilation process is a single core process. So the compilation process itself might not utilize multiple cores. Just because you've got multiple cores doesn't mean what you're doing can use those multiple cores, right? Whatever you're doing has to support those cores. That's my view anyway. 25% on the old GitHub side there. Make for sure we'll use all of them. It should do, right? I mean, it is using several by the looks of it. It's also idle a lot. It should be multi-core, but there are 4 CLangs running. 17%, 30%, 10%, 6%. How do I atop filter by process name? DigitalOcean, they do good guides actually. In fact, they pay. I don't know if you know this, but if you can write a guide for DigitalOcean, they actually pay. Yeah, process performance relative. First 2 values, percentage utilized. Yeah, atop. Memory utilization, disk related stats, net stats, system resources. The memory based output of atop dash m. Memory based output. Disk specific output dash d dash find commands running in the background with atop command. Dash c thread based information. Why? Can you combine all those things? Okay. Okay, horizontal scroll width, da. Okay. There's Ansible running there, 7%. Here's my compilation with make clean. Interesting. Well, it's got past it. It's compiled. It finished. It just got past it now. And now it's downloaded the pre-made map data. So it got there in the end. I mean, look, I'm on a VM, but I doubt there'd be that much of a difference. Hypervisors are pretty efficient these days. Like even GitHub's still going here. That's still at 30% on GitHub. I mean, I'm not paying for it, so I assume that they're somewhat rate limiting it. But even at GitHub, we're only at 30%. It'd probably run faster on my local Linux desktop because it's got 12 physical cores. I would imagine GitHub absolutely limits it, otherwise you could saturate everyone else's experience. Although Microsoft seems to be doing that on their own anyway. Yeah, okay. Well, while that compiles then, what I'll do is I really want to test this, and I really want to GitHub Actions add a release from a workflow. Alright. Releasing and maintaining actions, no. Add, release. Let's go GitHub action. Let's say publish binary as repository release from workflow. Publish binary. Yeah, it could be an action, bound to release with GitHub actions or community discussions. Let's have a look at that one if it's not down. Allows me to have I set up a workflow which creates the files, zips them, and then I upload both the zip and the generated files to the release, which works perfectly fine. And that was 2020. Let's have a look at this other guy's one. 3 years ago. Alright. He hasn't been looked at for 3 years. Archived. Okay, brilliant. So let's kill that one and go to this one. 3 months ago, that's a bit better and has been archived. Okay. Build steps used with files rep token secrets.github token. That's built in anyway, so that's good. If you're editing it directly on GitHub, it has like a package manager you can search. It's an action for. Oh yeah. Oh, there's one. So there's an official one. There's an official one. Oh yeah, baby. There's the workflow file. So you're saying if I edit this one, you go over here. Okay, so let's go like release. Publish. Can you remember what it's called? Publish event, publish, Ansible publish. Nope, so that's okay. Publish action, publish GitHub actions, publish GitHub action. There's more on the. I thought they would just be called like release. Set up what changed environment. Action sendvar next. Next. Release drafted. Drafts your next release notes. Okay, thanks. Release gem, release notes, Terraform release. Release automated release releases based on conventional commits by Google APIs. That sounds dodgy as anything, but okay. Let's have a look at the marketplace listing. By Google APIs, really? Let's have a look. There's actually no way of knowing whether that's Google. I mean, it's got 62 people involved. That doesn't really mean anything. I'm very paranoid about that. Go away. Where is... That's also really complicated, where like this one just sort of is really simple. The glob of files to upload, semicolon separated, multiple globs, repo token, recommended to use, yeah, release ID, explicitly specify release ID, 42, okay. Alright, well I think upload release assets, does it have to be fully automated? If not, you could have the action create an artifact, download that, and then enter it. No, it doesn't have to be automated. I could even just build it locally and test that it works locally. But I do trust in these pre-existing. Like if I cancel those changes and just go back to the good old actions there, I do trust that this works. I do trust that this works. I might disable the 2204 one. Even GitHub here is only at 41%. I might no, I think I do want to automate it. I don't want to have to, because all I really, that being said, actually I can't do that because I want to build in all my own stuff. So if I fork it and then change the, no, I think I will have to do manual, because sometimes I'll want to include not just the compiled assets, but also the directory structure, the Lua scripts. No, actually, so the Ansible pulls down the code and runs it, right? And compiles it and runs it. What we want to do is we want to change it. That's not finished. We want to change it so that it pulls down the binaries instead, and then you, boom, you're up and running. But those binaries need to have what I want compiled into them. So by just pulling AzerothCore itself and compiling it straight up like we're doing right now, we're just going to end up with a plain AzerothCore. So I'd have to modify those workflows to then pull in the modules that I need, almost effectively running. Basically, I'd need it to run my Ansible for me, is what I would need. But I actually a part of me sort of thinks, why don't I just build them locally? Because I've got a Linux box. I've got access to virtual machines. I can even actually just use my Ansible that I'm using right now to just compile it all, and then I can actually just pull the binaries out of there and then publish them. Still think local compile is better. Yeah, I think it will be. With Lua scripts and SQL for modules like World of Warcraft, they are going to be modules anyway. So what the Ansible will do, will say, the Ansible will go, oh, do you want to use compiled or pre-compiled? So I'll say, I want to use pre-compiled. It'll pull down those binaries. Those binaries will have things like challenge modes, Eluna, things like that, but compiled in. It'll just pull them, put them down, and then it'll pull in modules into the home directory so that when you run the world server, I can't remember whether the world server, AzerothCore itself, sees, yeah, it does. It sees the modules. It knows whether it's run them because it uses the MySQL tables to. Does AC allow dynamic loading of extension plugins? If so, you could pre-compile base version. And so it doesn't. And so what you do is you compile in. All I want to compile in is a few small modules, but primarily I want to pile in Eluna, and then I want to then write Lua scripts for most of my modules. They're not as fast as C++, but you got to remember that this is aimed at single-player users or very small teams of people playing, like upwards of 5. So Lua scripts will work fine. So you can sort of dynamically load the Lua scripts in, which is why they're working quite heavily on optimizing Eluna in AzerothCore and making it better, because that's sort of the path that most people would want to take. Does that make sense? And so, okay, found where it was using. Apparently it didn't use GitHub 1, but release action. Alright. So it should be a master in here. There is. Okay, and then we've got our bin, blah blah blah. But if we look in bin, right, see the way there's Lua scripts and there's Lua compiler and Lua interpreter. I know that the WoW client, small mini view there is almost blocking it, but oh, did my chickens come through? Oh, I had an issue with my chickens not coming through. You see the way I've created a custom, this guy's got a custom quest here. Freaky chickens, that's one I created. So kill 10 crazy chickens and 10 magic chickens, but unfortunately they didn't spawn. They're meant to be here on the farm, but they didn't spawn. Ugh, alright, anyway. So it's got a Lua, it's got a Luna built in, and I want to work with Lua scripts. So if I just compile it on my local box when I'm ready to do a release and make changes, the thing is, ultimately, those compilations shouldn't actually change that much. Like, I could probably get away with recompiling them, probably literally like once a month, right? Because the AzerothCore team themselves are all volunteers. It's not like there's thousands of lines of code being written every day. It's not a fully commercial product. It's a group of volunteers, and so I'd probably at most actually only really need to do a recompilation one, and even then it's still mostly, it is actually fully automated. I have the Ansible right there. I just have to run it, walk away, and then pull out the I'm still confused how Blizzard allows AzerothCore. AzerothCore has got nothing to do with Blizzard and doesn't breach any copyright laws because it is a complete code base written completely from scratch. All they've done is reversed engineered the protocol that the client talks to the server, but there's nothing, my understanding, I'm not a lawyer obviously, but there is nothing about that project that it infringes on on Blizzard's intellectual property. What you do with it potentially does. Like, I'm using a client, right? Now, this is the 335A client. This is actually a legally obtained client. I am not shitting you. This is the original 335A client. I've had this for years. That's I've got a NAS under my desk. I've got another NAS here, still another 2 terabytes and all. I back up most things that I want to keep all for a long time, and I've been playing the game since the beginning. So, but where you got this, where you get your client from, is another question, right? It does pull out. AzerothCore might not like if you have full release though, because deemed. Yeah, that's true, Blinky. Yeah, sorry. I'll finish the copyright argument. My understanding, however, is there are certain things that, like the VMAP files and things, that's a custom tool as well that uses the client files to pull out VMAPs, which are the virtual maps of the world, which I think could argue be, but I think that could then be argued as a derivative work, because it's a new set of files coming from another set. I don't know. It's hard. It's clearly not a problem for Blizzard. And to be perfectly honest with you, if I was Microsoft and I was Phil Spencer, I wouldn't care about private servers. In fact, I'd be allowing private servers to run so that they can operate as R&D. I mean, if you look at like Season of Discovery, right? You look at the War Within, some of the features. Some of those features exist on private servers. You let those companies make a little bit of money, cost you absolutely nothing, and you allow those companies, and they are companies behind those big private servers, they are companies, they are making money. Maybe not things like Turtle WoW, I don't know, but there are, some of them are massive. Then you get to just basically join in on the fun for free and look at their R&D and go, that's a good idea. And you also get to look at the feedback from the players on those private servers, and when those players are going, this is an amazing idea, that's an amazing idea, you can then go, cool, okay, cool, well, we've got a team of 25 programmers that can have that implemented in a month in retail, and there's nothing you can do about it. What's the private server going to do? Sue Blizzard for copying their idea? Hello? If Microsoft approached classic versions like Minecraft and that pricing model, it would explode and look very good on Microsoft. Possibly. I think currently there's bigger private servers of classic than the official ones. That would not surprise me at all. Yeah, it would not surprise me at all. I reckon we get our own server up and running for the streams. I think that would be fun. Let's kill that for a sec. So that's up and running. But what we've got to do now is we've got to run the world server, which will now run all of its built-in SQL and build out all of the databases. So that's something that's got to be done. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I've got to take a quick break very shortly, in like a few minutes, while that does that. But I think what I'll do is I will grab this binary, and I'm just going to put it on the Azeroth. I'm going to put it on the Ansible repository as a release. The world server and the auth server. And then those two pre-compiled stuff. The map files are already hosted by Honey, who's an AzerothCore core developer, but I actually also might actually get a copy of those too. Jagex have Project Xanaros, which is basically official private servers. If that works, wouldn't be surprised Blizzard follows. I don't think Blizzard ever will follow, because it would create fragmentation in the player base. You'd end up with people setting up private servers, and then instead of having the core game having, instead of the core game having 10,000, 100,000 concurrent players, it would have like 10,000, and then you'd have the other 90 spread across hundreds of private servers. So I doubt they'd do it, unless of course there's private servers. Nah, I just don't see it. No, I don't see it, to be honest. Thanks again for all the help, Daisy. I'm a bit confused about what's meant to be done with the output when you're finished with it. Is it meant to go into a modules folder and recompile? Yeah, so what you don't need to recompile if you just have SQL. What you're meant to do is you are meant to take that SQL and then you're meant to go and create a module. So if I show you, if I come to GitHub here, Upload Academy. If you look at AzerothCore module World of Solarcraft, that I need to come in. See that it's got Lua scripts and data and stuff like that. If you come into data, you got SQL, you got the world, TP world. You put them in here like base, updates, etc. See the way they're all in here. then you use AzerothCore's official module setup, where you put it in the module folder, and then you rerun the world server, I think. Or maybe you do have to do the rebuild. I can't remember. I need to double check how that works, but basically it will reread the SQL and it will pull in all of this SQL for you. Like, it'll pull in all of these lines, and it will run them against the database for you, and then it keeps track inside of its own database which of those is ran for you. That's what it does. Hopefully that makes sense. Right, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I've got to pop back out in a few minutes. Set a timer for 3 minutes. There it is. Alright, I'm making the wife a coffee for the morning, so. Alright, does that run? Oh, I didn't enable the bloody console. Alright. World server, console. Look, it's even got it in the right place and everything because it knows pretty much what I want to do. You have to recompile for the sequel, do you? I don't think you have to recompile for the sequel. I think you just have to run the right make command, I think. Alright, we're gonna go with God. I'm gonna go with I love God. Ah, there we go, look at that. Account set GM level of God to 3 across all realms. Great. So, many thought Classic would never happen. That is true, actually. That is a good point. No, okay, great. Vim. Alright, so we've got to obviously update our realm list to point to the new server. And then we rerun WoW. And then we should be able to log in as God. I should have called myself Jesus. I love God. No, okay. What the? Okay. The auth server running. Actually, let me kill that. Do the Vim. Do the Vim dance, baby. Now you should be able to go system, as this user, I should be able to do systemctl status world server dot service. Yeah, okay. You've got to type .service in. If I do that... Oh no, status is fine. Let me try restart without service on the end. Restart. It asks for the password, right? But if I do .service... No, okay. So that sudo's file isn't working as I suspected that it would. No, I wanted that. I want to do... Auth server, mate. Bad password. Alright. Great. Alright, so as we can see, the server works. For now. Let's go with the good old mates. Randomize it. That's what we landed on. Random face. Alright. Cool. So now technically we have... Oh my god, go away. Where is the where is the graveyard in the starting zone? I don't remember where it is. Alright, coffee time. Give me a sec. To the right. Okay. Coffee is nearly done. If I don't make my wife this coffee, she will kill me. Behind the main quest guard. Okay. I never play Alliance. Oh, Blinky. That's disappointing. Alright, the wife is coffeed. She is coffeed and the dog is chew-sticked. It's very important that those things happen, otherwise it is possible that, well, you may not see me next Sunday. Alright, there should be a... There it is. The Shrine of Challenge. So this is the Happy Wife, Happy Life. Absolutely. This is the mod challenge. Uses soap. Oh, does it really? Is it antibacterial or... Let's have a look. My next tinkering will be rename the Alliance faction to Honourable Kill. Oh my god. I recently split up a PvP realm with the bots module, random battlegrounds throughout. It's been fun to run across. Yeah, I think that the player bots are actually pretty good in battlegrounds. That's my understanding, is that they're actually pretty good in battlegrounds. Is that true? Has that been your experience so far? I think that they are pretty good. This is the challenge mod, which is pretty nice. It has been years since I've had to use and write soap services. Truly horrid. It's a very old project, don't forget. I made some recent PRs for bottom battlegrounds. They're pretty good versus an average player. Yeah, they'd be pretty good versus me. I'm a bad PvP player. Summoning them to help with quest dungeons is cool. The AI is pretty decent, even avoiding fire. Well then, let's ask this question. Here's a question for you. Okay, this is a question. If I'm gonna manually compile AzerothCore and I'm gonna put the things into it that I want, is it not worth me then just getting the player bots fork and in using that so that it's at least an option? Especially given that it's going to be World of Solocraft, right? So if it's World of Solocraft and we have the bots in place, does that not enable a solo player to operate better? The playbots can be disabled, that's right. That is true. That is true. Bot AI is great in dungeons. Is it really? Because I was just going to use something like Solocraft or Auto Balance or something. Alright, let's have a look at that. Let's kill this client because it's going to die anyway. Because I'm going to kill the server. Yeah, there is an option to have your alt, but okay, so let's have a think. If we... Actually, you know what? Let's try something. Let's go to... Let's get rid of... Why did that secondary window come up? Let's go to... What is going on here? You do that and you go there. Okay, great. Alright. AzerothCore player bots. No! Where did that go? AzerothCore player bots. Which one is it? Is that it? Is that the official one? What the fuck? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Top one. It is a Leafan 1223. Yeah, 11 hours ago. Yeah, Leafan. Okay, is this the one that Thingy contributes to? What's his majiggy name? The guy from AzerothCore contributes to it as well. There he is. Yeah, revision. Okay. Yeah, cool. Alright, so playbots on the AzerothCore mod. That's players project. It's based off of a.k.a.'s playbots. The project's still under development. Classic installation. Custom branch. Okay, playbots to install. Alright, so see the way you got to clone it? I think that I can actually... Oh, hang on. To install the mod, simply run git clone. What? So that's got to be your main one, but then you also then need to pull down the module as well. Okay, so I think what I can do is I can come into my Ansible, I can configure the all, and then I can change the repository here. Like that. Player bot. And then I think I can then do that. So that will bring down his version and bring down the player bot branch. And then what I can do is modules at the bottom, I should then be able to just bring in is thingy as a from the master branch as a module. Right? Does that make sense? Suck it. Do my formatting properly. That's how it reads. It does read that way, doesn't it? Mod player bots, okay. I like to get the name perfectly right because I've found that if you don't get that right, it kicks your ass all over the place. So now I'm interested to see if A, it pulls down the correct source, and B, it pulls down that module, and C, it works. And it also compiles in everything else. So if we come down here, there's the folder it's going to go to. Let's change that to player bots. This means that when I rerun the Ansible, A, we're going to have to wait for that compilation again. So that's gonna piss everyone off, I think. But also, well, let's just find out. So there we go. It's pulled everything down. It's running custom SQL. They shouldn't do anything. Oh, actually, let's kill that for a second. Does it do anything with the database? I don't really care if the database gets trashed because it's just a thingy. It doesn't really matter. I'd imagine it's probably got its own set of tables and everything, right? Characters, playbots, yeah, okay. Does it change world stuff? Emote, text, sound, playbot, RPG races. Yeah, let's just find out. Excuse me. Let's just find out. Alright, sorry, just checking a message here. The config has its own database, it doesn't modify the code base. Check out AzerothCore code. So that should now be pulling out his code. Well, sorry, their code, I should say. To be a bit more inclusive, which I do like to do. That's the mod go to for AzerothCore. Okay, so I think that it should pull the code down. It should then it should then compile it. I'm hoping that it will pull down the modules and will just work. And hopefully it can work with Eluna. It doesn't break. Hopefully it will work with challenge mods and won't break. And then hopefully we get a server that has the playbots enabled. It should blinky, I agree, it should work. Fetch and download our desired modules. So there's challenge modes, sorry. The mod Eluna. And then the playbots. Yep. And now it's going to compile. Alright guys, see you in an hour. Damn it. That's going to take time. And here we are. But I think that's a cool idea. I think if we get this compiled with the playbot, because I've been meaning to check out these playbots again, because it's been like maybe a year since I've looked at these playbots. To be perfectly honest with you. It's been a while. You stop using Eluna because of issues common. Yeah. It didn't compile last week. Yeah, I think Eluna is actually in a really, really good place now. Oh, you're talking about the bots? I think both. I think we're cross-wiring here. I think both Eluna and playbots are in a good place now. Although Eluna didn't compile last week when I came to run my code, but that looks like it's obviously been fixed, which is a good thing. But I think ultimately it all works pretty well now. And I've not used player bots for a while, but I think they're pretty good. From what I've like, you guys are giving me positive feedback, and when I'm seeing YouTube videos and stuff, people are like, "Look how cool that is." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, all right." And I wouldn't mind having a companion while when you're running around. Can it Isn't there another mod, or is it this mod that allows you to have to pay for the bots? Isn't there one that like says, "Oh, you've got to rent the bots and they cost gold or something"? I can never remember. Cannot remember. I like the idea of alts. I think that's a really good idea. I wonder if you can restrict it down to just alts. So you've got to like have an alt and you've got to level it. I think there is an old one. Yeah. I actually can't remember whether it's this one far superior. Okay. All right. I believe you. Here's a question for you. Once these things are set up, do you want me to do more refined? Does it now? Do more refined videos on how to set this up? So like offline, like not on the stream, because I assume that you're having fun with the stream because you're here. But I also wonder whether it's worth me just once I finish the stream, have a break, and then come back and do very focused videos on this for YouTube, like how to set it up. Because I feel like a lot of people. My last stream got 12,000 views, not concurrently. That would be incredible. But the video itself that then went up got about 12,000 views. Yeah. You are correct. This is insanely big. So player bot settings. Let's go through these while the compilation goes through. I'd really appreciate a video focused on Daisy. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, people would like that, I think. Also, oh wow, that is missing good YouTube videos. Is it really? Okay. Let's have a look at that. Let's look at the play bots and then let's look at oh wow. I'm not sure how long you guys are around for. I usually only stream for about 3 hours, but I can just keep going, I don't really mind. So what have we got here? General settings, enable or disable the bots. Right, enable random bot system. Random bot auto login. So what does that do? Does that mean that it just creates random bots? Random bot account. Please ensure that random bot account is greater than random bot account 200. Random bots divided by 10 plus add class account pool size. Okay, random bot count min max. Okay, so it generates 50 bots. It'll create random bots based on your player bot min max. So like literally they just appear in the world as random sort of like classes and stuff. Delete all random bot accounts. Reset. Okay, random bots, right. Random bot settings, correct. So it just randomly creates them. Are they random level as well? And what happens if you restart the server? And do they level? Must be going around the world. For dungeon finder or anything you just want them invite for questing, they log back in. Damn. This is pretty well thought out, isn't it, hey? Damn. They shuffle and level. What does shuffle mean? Like they do the shuffle? Isn't that a dance? Alright, max added bots 40. The maximum number of bots that a player can control simultaneously. What the F? As in, like for a 40-man raid, the player can bring in 40 bots and control them all. AI player add class command. Disable and create bot by add class. Okay, GM only enable. So it's enabled. Okay. Set the add class command account pool size. Okay. Group invitation permission. Bot auto login. Auto login all player bots as bots. As bots on player login. That's actually turned off by default. Allow download bots from the player's account. Okay, allow that bots from the player's guild. That's a cool idea. Will the bot also sign you a guild invitation? They level up and reset levels on their own. They're meant to be in the world and fill the world. They can raid competently with you. They also sign the charter. That's hilarious. Can you make bots just stand around inside cities and just sort of wander around without actually going out? I think it would be nice to see the cities populated. I was actually going to do a little sequel to make that with NPCs to actually fill out the world cities a bit more with more NPCs, because I think they've They do that, yes, because I think that the cities are very bare from an NPC perspective. They fill the world, yeah, but if you've only got 50, Azeroth's pretty big. 50 is not a lot. Like, if you wanted to walk through Goldshire and see 1 or 2 bots maybe, or you wanted to go through like Blackrock Deaths or something and see like a couple of people. My testing server has 500. How do you mine has 2,000 bots. Now you're just showing off. So if I dedicated 4 cores to this and gave the VM 16, 24 gig of RAM, how many bots could I get away with on a dedicated piece of hardware for the WoW server? Let's say I purpose-built a server for WoW with, say, 6 cores, DDR5 RAM, give it 128 gig of RAM. How many bots could I get away with? Because I assume that that's very much CPU bound, right? It's going to be a CPU bound process. 2,000, 4,000 with 6 cores. That's quite a lot. Like, imagine having 4,000 concurrent players on a server. Alright. Piss off. PC part, pick to fix. What the hell's this? Effortless PC repairs at your doorstep. Pick to fix. Wow, okay. Uber. Easy cost saving. Okay, that's a new service that they've got in now. Repair service. That's pretty cool. Umart is my go-to sort of vendor for all my hardware. PC parts. Alright, let's have a look at CPUs. And let's have a look at AMD, because Intel can suck my balls. Let's go for most popular. Let's look at a Ryzen 9 AM5 12 cores. Okay, 709. So let's drop that in the cart. Let's now look at some DDR5. Oh, actually, let's look at a mainboard, obviously. AM5. What are we looking at here? So my VM is running 8 cores, 30 gig of RAM. I'm running 2 realms with 500 bots each, but I haven't tried pushing it. Do it. Do it right now. Set it to 5,000 bots and let me know how you get on. Make sure you got a fire extinguisher ready. Alright, let's have a look at hot deals. Why would you tell me about stuff that's... Yeah, I guess other stores works. Pre-order. I don't care about pre-order. I want it now. I'm not really au fait on... well, it definitely needs to be AM5, obviously, because that's what I selected in the thing. Mine is 8 cores with 32 gig of RAM. Okay. Are these the... I am not good when it comes to understanding chipsets. Are these like the sort of... Is the X807, is that the top end AM5 chipset? You should consider an older AMD EPYC. I just built a... Yeah, I can go older. I can go to DDR4 and AM4. Built a server with 72 CPU and 100 gig of RAM for about 1,000 US. The CPU is only 120. That's a fair point, actually. It's whether UMAR has them in, because the reason I've got to use UMAR, I don't have to, but is I have from Newegg 32 cores. Yeah, I could probably get it from Newegg. Is I buy stuff through a business, and that means that there has to be a receipt, so that I can obviously it can go through business as a business expense. You do the same. Yeah, okay, cool. Major Mojo, welcome to the server. I don't think he's in the stream, but there you go. Could be in the chat though. Let's just price this up for a second. So I assume that this is the top end sort of like range. So if I go to something like mid tier, like an A620, showing the top products. Okay, Wi-Fi, I don't need that. Okay, I want something that can just take a boatload of RAM. That looks like it's got 4 slots. That's fine. Let's have a look at the most expensive one and just see what you get for that in terms of tech specs. That's actually only got 2 slots, so no. I want more than that. Stock level. That's also only got 2. Is this a DDR5 thing now? I've not upgraded to DDR5, so maybe it's a DDR5 thing. Do you only get two dual lanes now on a DDR5 board? That seems a bit nuts. What was the CPU model specifically? I stuck Epic Milan 7200 into eBay, and none of them are even close to that price. Dun dun dun. Plot twist, he lied. Let's have a look at an X670. What we look? Okay, the price has jumped significantly. That's got 4 bays on it. Okay, it did jump significantly. It's also got bad reviews. Why has it got bad reviews? By the way, if you're tuning in and you're like, what the hell's going on? We're waiting for our AzerothCore with player bots to compile, along with Eluna and challenge modes. You can see that up here. We've got Doggo. We've got Doggo of the day. Here's our Doggo face of the day. Doggo face. Doggo face of the day. If you've got a Doggo face picture, send it through. It might make it on the next stream. But we're also waiting. We're just waiting for player mods to compile with the custom build. Bad, terrible UEFI. It's like Fisher Price my first BIOS. All right, we'll skip that board then. No, don't do that. Let's look at that. Yeah, let's look at an X. That did jump in significant cost. That's got much better reviews. Hang on, that's just. Ugh, whatever. Doggo's name is Simba. 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 Simba face. Simba. Cute. Very cute. My dog is Nala. My dog is Daisy. I have a Daisy. She's a little Jack Russell. And most days I want to kick her ass. Alright, that's quite a nice CPU. That's got quite a few USB ports. It's got 12 USB ports. Jesus, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I've got 6. That's got double what I've got. I'm not gonna lie, I'm due an upgrade, PC upgrade, and I do have some money to burn through. 2.5 gigabit Ethernet. Okay, cool. I don't have any networking fabric that can actually deliver that, so that's nice. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I scrolled up. Damn it, I thought it was done. Suck it. How did that pipeline get on? Now that I'm not paying any attention to it. Whatever, come back to it later. Alright. How much RAM can you take? Why do they only ever support up to 128 gig? That's really annoying. I want way more than that. I want it to be able to support at least 512 if I'm going to spend $500 on a mainboard. But then I could just be misunderstanding the model. Let's have a look at CPUs. Yeah, AMD. Let's have a look at server and see if we can get some epics. No, they don't have any servers. Newegg, come AU, go. Newegg, EN, Australia. How well does AzerothCore multi-thread? I think it does. You have trouble, welcome. I think it multi-threads quite fine. I don't think it has any trouble multi-coring. It is a multi-threaded application. It will use multiple cores. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. What am I doing? Computer system components, processors, server CPU processor. There's an epic right there. You lied. That's $1,700. Just kidding. That's like a top end. Although that one there for $900 isn't too bad. Epic 4004. Free shipping though. What did you get again? Specifically, what was the CPU? You should consider an older EPIC just to build. So you went with a 7200 Milon. Alright. Let's go AMD. Obviously, if I'm going to go AMD, I obviously want an AMD socket. Let's go EPIC. Oh my god. Alright. What are we looking at here? 10 grand. Easy. It's by 4. Wow. What's that? 64 cores. Jesus Christ. 64 cores. Can you imagine the heat of that thing? You got a 7282. $118 US. That's US though. Come on, bro. It's US, bro. Come on. Let's go lowest price. $500. 6 core. 8 core. 8 core. 4.5 gigahertz, 8 core, 64-bit processor. Should hope so. Socket AM5. 16 threads. 8 core though. To go with it. Asus Rock. Okay. Copy. I think you just buy like 260 old server. They're beasts for what you need, and can probably spend like $700. I could. Yeah, I can even like if you can. If Newegg or another business has even eBay has a pre-built server that's ready to go and is awesome, then I'm more than happy to use that. Is it compiled yet? We need a website. Has Mike's AzerothCore compiled yet.com? Sweet Jesus. 64. Imagine having 64 cores, man. And then they release a new model. You buy it, and then you buy it, and then they release a new model the next day. 128 cores for $500 due to new fabrication process, reducing all costs down by a factor of 10,000. ServerMonkey, secondhand servers, ServerMonkey.com. All right, never heard of it. Let's give it a shot. New and used refurbished servers, storage and network. Well, I want a server. New Dell PowerEdge servers, refurbished Dell, HP ProLiant, refurbished workstations. Excuse me. Okay. Let's look at refurbished Dell PowerEdges. I don't want rack mountable though. I want tower. Let's have a look at a T640. I don't want rack mount. I mean, I could do rack mountable because I could put them in the garage. The way my networking works, I've got two. It might be US. It might be US only, but we'll have a look. But I've got two physical buildings. My fiber terminates in the garage, and we have Ethernet coming into the secondary building, and so I can run everything in the garage, and it stays clearly away from the home, heat-wise and everything. So a refurbished Dell PowerEdge, that would be $2,500, but that's obviously. Well, you have trouble. That's already what I have. I have a Proxmox system, which has 64 gig of RAM in it, and just a simple Ryzen CPU. 4 physical cores, but 8 threads. It's running 2 WoW servers right now, a media stack, and a MySQL server. That shouldn't really be running, to be honest. Actually, that can actually just be shut down. It's not even used. So I could actually just throw more RAM in there. So I'm just trying to work out how many player bots I can get away with. The link I sent is a tower. I'm more competent, but not sure if Amazon will ship there. What link? Oh yeah, I see. Sorry, yeah, I see your link. My apologies. Okay. 2 Xeons. Good grief. No, cannot be shipped to your selected location. Wah, wah. Let's see if we can see similar items. 22 cores. That would be cool. Let's have a look at Dell T78 PowerEdge. It's a workstation, right? T310. It's different to a thingy that was not like a 3.7. Man, you can get some cheap hardware these days. Just run Linux on one of these things. Quad core? What the okay, only one left in stock. An Intel Xeon MP, 2.4 gigahertz cache size. How much RAM has it got? See more product details. Yeah, I want to see more product details. 16 gig of RAM. Get a grip. Come on. DDR3. Ugh. Gross next quad core. Just yeah, it's not enough. Best way to find out things like that is to try some arbitrary stupid number. That's right. Yeah, I do as well. I like set it to like 10,000. Have you tried compiling on your local PC and then moving the compile version? Oh, I can do that, but it's because we're just practicing. We're just basically running the Ansible playbook. So we're running the playbook to just build it for us. And for some reason, it looks like it's only using effectively one core on the VM for some reason. So, but I could run it. I could just compile it locally. Yeah, I could do that. Be interesting to see how much quicker that is. Let me have a think. Documents. Actually, that goes to it. Yeah, documents goes to it. That's fine. Let's go. Include a temp. Let's do a little temp inside of documents. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's out of interest. Let's just see how quickly it compiles. So, where's it gone? Playbots. Boom, boom, boom. Let's just load the main thing. All right, let's do this. Okay. Let's have a look. By the way, TestRealm currently creating 1,800 accounts for 5,000 to 6,000 bots. I'll let you know. Oh, you did actually go ahead and do it. Thank you. Thanks for testing that. I do appreciate it. Honestly, I think there's probably a hard cap around 8,000 to 10,000 bots, even if you expand vertically. Oh, Blinky just got promoted. You're now a CD. You're now a regular. So you're now a CD. You become from a floppy disk. You have trouble. You've become a floppy disk. AzerothCore. I'm just going to call you Kago. You're a floppy disk. And a flower. Ah, isn't that nice? Alright. I like floppy disks. Yeah, I used to use floppy disks all the time. I used to download things back in the day and then I used to use a file splitter to break them up a lot across multiple files. And then you could store them on multiple floppies, and then one of them would break on the way home and you'd lost your file. Which is why I used to like create redundant disks and stuff. A friend of mine, when I used to go to college, had a box that was like, pretty big, probably about the size of a 13-inch MacBook, and then about that deep, just filled hundreds of floppy disks, and then he would use that to download things at college, and then it took about maybe a year and a half, 2 years before USB drives became really, really accessible and cost effective, and he went from like this thing to just that USB pen. Not that exact pen, but a USB pen. As we all know, we've all been there. For coasters, yeah, nice. You know what you can do? If you break it open, if you know anyone has still got a floppy disk in their computer, you can punish them for having a floppy disk in their computer and being old by opening it up. You get matchsticks, you scrape the matchstick heads off onto the floppy disk. Time for sleep. See you later, bro. Thanks, Carwin. Thanks for coming over. Appreciate it, man. See you next week, hopefully. You scrape the heads off, and then you use clear nail varnish to keep it on, and then you connect the floppy disk back together, and then you give it to them. And then what happens is the read head goes over the disk, and it ignites the matchstick heads, and then they have a fun time. And then you get to laugh at them and say, well, that's your own problem for having a floppy disk drive, because it's 2025. Alright, so Yes. So let's go to what have I got to do now? I've got to do make, haven't I? God, it's been a while since I've run all of this. Dragon's taking notes of me telling you how to blow things up. AzerothCore and compile. Let me go get the things again. No! Go on Windows. Imagine using Windows. I think it's still around a medium-sized shelf worth of music cassettes, if they're mentioning those. Music cassettes. Oh, they're still pretty cool though, right? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Oh, you gotta make a build there, haven't you? Go! Yeah, and then cmake, mproc. It may be useful to preserve these commands. Oh, actually, do I have all the relevant tools? I don't know if I do, actually. Hang on, oh no. Hang on, what am I doing here? It's been a while since I've done it manually. You go into AzerothCore, you make build, you CD into it, and then you do... Oh, you gotta do cmake. Yeah, of course you gotta do cmake. What a moron. Yeah, I don't think I have the compilers installed. Alright, let's go to requirements. I'll get my system set up so that I can get everything going. Ubuntu with MySQL 8. Yeah, I think. Why are they still using app-get? Is that done yet? Oh my god, that is still going. Yeah, I really actually want to see how much quicker I can do it locally now. Alright, let's do this. And see what happens. No, Mariah doesn't support there's a few commands that get a bit mashed up. A few of the SQL statements that they're using in AzerothCore that really trip MariaDB up. MariaDB, or however you want to pronounce it. That's my understanding anyway, because I used to run it as well, because I was like, yeah, I don't really like Oracle, but one of my friends has a floppy reader, but I have no idea where I could get a floppy disk from. eBay. What's going on here? Go back. Yeah, it is meant to be fully compatible. You can't use Mario with AC, it's not supported anymore. Oh really? Have they stripped out support for it? That's good. Following patches of unmet dependencies. Let's have a look. Now let's just do cmake now. Really? It's not a full patch. I actually don't really need. I actually don't need it to do MySQL server. So that can suck it. I don't need that. Just do the rest. You can get a USB floppy drive for sure. Yeah. There's no eBay here, and the equivalence is kind of dead. Where do you live, Dragon? If you don't mind me asking. Romania. Oh, okay. How come there's no eBay there? Is that just like a legal thing, or they just don't go there? Just like no one sells it there, or is it like legally blocked, or? No one uses it. Right, okay, cool. Probably just a trust thing then. People just have a local market, like a local Craigslist or something. Romania list. Romania list. The Ansible, the other compile on the VM still hasn't finished. Which is madness. Utter madness. Let's go. Come on. Where's my cmake? Yeah, we have a local eBay called Olex, but most people move to Facebook Market. To be honest with you, Facebook Market is actually pretty good. Like it actually, you can sort of, as long as you are careful, it will it'll work in your favor pretty well. All right. Yeah, we have a local eBay. Yeah, okay. This is my cmake. Home AzerothCore. I actually just want to see how quickly it compiles, to be perfectly honest. I think it does compile much quicker on this system. Why is that? Oh yeah, it's thingy. Okay. Min distance. Hey Blinky, you've actually done PRs for the bots, right? Well, while that's now compiling in the background, let's go look back at the bot config. Player bots. Config. Player bots. I very seriously considered just being a menace on Facebook Marketplace because there's like no repercussions for scamming people there. I'd be so rich if I had no morals. I know what you mean. There's things that I've looked at and gone, if I was willing to forego ethics, I'd probably be quite rich by now. Alright, so I'm going to ramp that up. We've got KO currently testing 16,000 bots. He's probably got so many new friends now. Allow account bots, random self bot level. Added following config. Thanks for that. That's really useful. Self bot permission level. GM only permission level. What does that mean? Auto init only. Non-GM player can use any initialization commands. Okay, based on their own level and gear score. Currently for the characters alerted to database. Wow, so it's actually just creating them. It's going through a SQL process. Is that because is that after you started the world server? I guess I'll find out once I run it myself. That's actually just literally just finished now. So what was that, like 20 minutes? It took 20 minutes to compile on that VM. Disgusting. Yeah, okay, there's the stream cutting out. Cutting out where? In YouTube? You're right, yeah, YouTube is saying it's not receiving. Oh, that'll be probably because of the compilation. Oh no. Alright, let's kill it then. And instead of that, let's just give it a cause. I reckon that was probably the issue. I reckon it was probably because I just activated the compilation. It's probably chewed up the So let me just see if the stream comes back on YouTube. Drop frames. There's no drop frames or anything, but yeah, I'd imagine the CPU got absolutely annihilated. Can you let me know how you get on? Makes sense. Just stuttering. Oh, Discord as well. Oh no. Yes, part of the starting of the Let me know if YouTube stream might be freezing up a bit, Blinky. Yeah, about to ask if you're compiling on the same P as streaming. I am indeed. Got quite a few cores, but I did just literally tell. I literally just told it to absolutely use everything. So, yikes. Is the status? It still says stream status poor, but there's nothing running now. So probably from the test. Compiling likes to eat resources. It does when you say use everything. I told it to access all 32 because if you look at what I get from nproc, right, I get 24, but if I do all, I get 32. So it's probably just like absolutely smashed the CPU. Just like the usage probably just went through the roof. Yikes. Okay, well the actual server over here is now done. Okay. Let's go now to. Oh, actually, let's go systemctl status. Yeah. Okay, let's stop this. Stop, baby. God, I need to work out why those. I need to work out why those systemd files aren't working. All right, now if we come back, there should be another folder. Dash playerbots. All right, we've got compile log. We've got a playerbot folder. Because that's the branch that was run. That's the actual branch that was compiled from an AzerothCore perspective. We've got all of the extractors. It will have dumped everything in data. So we've got vmaps and everything. So yeah, so everything should have stayed the same. What we'll need to do now is just edit the world server. Go to console. We'll need to enable it for now, and then we'll ignore. There's probably a player server in here, player bots in here as well. It will. Oh, modules. Yeah, so there's your playbots config.dis. That'll be the default. Neat trick I learned with ET Stream. Set your playback speed to 2x for it to catch up to the live playback. Oh, clicking the live does not do it for some reason. If I set the stream to 2x, once it catches up, it just freezes. So you're still having issues right now with the stream? It says poor. It does say it's poor, but I can't see. I don't really know how I can change it because I've I can try and look on my phone through a separate connection. Let's have a look. There I am. That's me. I'm live. Live. Oh, I'm live. I got an advert. Yay!
Rest. Super simple.
On my own stream. From my own account. Well, there's me on my own stream.
I got an advert. Yay! Rest. Super simple.
No, that seems fine.
On my own stream. From my own account.
Look, there's you looking at me, looking at me, looking at you.
Well, there's me on my own stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks okay to me, not gonna lie. I think it's okay now. I think it's caught up. Do you get paid for watching ads on your own stream? Probably. It's probably not. Just testing, of course. They probably don't like that when you do that. Oh, actually, you know what I just realised? What's System D? See, these are all of the things that have to be considered when creating multiple servers on one box. Where is that gonna? What's that gonna run? Yeah, see, it's gonna run the Azeroth, the normal one from before, because this is the dependency. This is the AzerothCore playbook, not the dependency one. So what I'll need to do is go and copy those, and then copy them and create playbot. So if I do like dashbots.service, oops, no, I need to do idiot. So world server, what's it called? Dashbots permission, sudo. God damn it. Ugh. Oh, AzerothCore. Ah, okay, that's why. Alright. God. Come on. Alright, copy world server to world server dashbots, and then copy. You actually only need one auth server. Nah, the auth server will be fine because it just uses IP addresses. So if I keep the auth server running, that'll be fine. It's just the process. Currently initializing bots, 2,600 of 5,100. That is insane. So hang on, does it have to do that every time you start the server? What does the boot time of the server look like after it's finished that process? No, this is the first run. Okay. Right. Yeah, it's in it then, but it doesn't create them each time. I'm guessing it takes time to generate the data. I think it must do, yeah. Sounds like it's running through a lot of SQL. If you're only halfway through that process after like 20 minutes. Cool. That's dead. Okay, system start. Yeah, I don't need to change I don't need the auth server to be different in any way, but I do need the bot server to be different. So AzerothCore PID file. what did I call it? That's what I called it, dash player bots. Everything else should be absolutely identical, but player bots, that should just work. Blinky has indeed worked on player bots. Yeah, he's done actual PRs. Likely just goes through character creation process. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if I can trigger it. About 19 of the 10 minutes was the initial SQL queries. Status world server bots. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'm actually not going to start that right now. I'm going to go to I'm going to manually do it. I want to see what it does. Okay, file was applied to the database but is missing in your update directory now. Player bots RPG races. So it's missing a lot of updates, but it's somehow applying them. But it's missing in your... Okay, that's interesting. Could not connect to MySQL database, unknown database. Do you want me to create it? Yes. Access denied for user a.k.a. localhost. Interesting. And apply the file create db applying of file create dbtail to SQL a.k.a. player failed. If you're the user, please pull the revision from the database. Also make sure you have not applied any of the databases with your SQL client. You cannot use auto update system and import SQL files out of core repository with your SQL client. Fail to create database players. Does not use. Alright, does it have any? Oh, the connection quality shown is excellent now. Yeah, don't appeal. My appeal. Where is where are the docs? Okay, classic install, yeah, from our core, installing a module, Docker install, yeah. Alright, let's have a look. Thanks. Okay, that's probably just going to be thing. Yeah, I think the problem I've got waypoint movement generator load path doesn't have waypoint path ID. Defias thug. Oh, I've had that issue in the past on mine. Defias thug. Hang on, are you getting that now? I wonder if that. Did you run any of my Daisy SQL KO? Because I've got that same issue, and I wonder whether. SQL player bots. Oh my god, base. Holy shit. Okay, doesn't start popping up until I start loading bots. Interesting. Alright, so it failed based on being unable to run create table. Could not create MySQL database. Unknown database a.k.a. players. Okay. Oh, actually, if I go back, I should be able to do MySQL user god. I created like a super user. Pretty certain. No? Oh, okay then. Screw you. That's a thing. Let's go back to here. Just make sure we get this right. Create databases. I guess. I got a new scratch file. New. What's the shortcut for scratch file? Oh, that's too big. That's insane. Yeah, SQL. Alright. There you go on the sort of player bots. I'm going to have to fix that in the Ansible. 4,600 bots and still going. Nice. It'll be interesting to see how well that runs. It really will be. I've now got to do the grant. No. pretty much just AzerothCore. Alright, let's give this a shot. Sort of winging this at the moment. But let's find out what we get, eh? No, dead. Access denied for user AzerothCore at localhost. Okay. User AzerothCore password. Is it AzerothCore? Yeah, it is. Show databases. AzerothCore player bots. Interesting. Applying file. Player bots. Source modules. Player bots data to database. AzerothCore player bots failed. If you are a user, please pull the latest revision repository. Why would you not have permission? You have access to all to AzerothCore at locals with grant option. That's interesting. Yeah, how much is in here? It's quite a lot, right? $37. Okay. Do that again. Oh, they're all separate databases though, aren't they? Characters, player bots, and world. Okay. Interesting. What happens if I do it manually? Ugh, I'm not reading the file. That's stupid. Let me have a think here. If I just concatenate them all together, I'm just not sure. It just what's the what does player bot? It's not got. See, that's like really. You got to do them in the right order. Why isn't this just working it out? It should not be having permission issues at all. Access denied. That's simply incorrect. That's simply incorrect. No, it shouldn't. The config is identical, so it shouldn't have any issues whatsoever. That's okay. You haven't been watching the whole time. That's totally fine. Hang on, does the playbots don't have their own database connection settings, do they? Oh, they do. They do have their own. They have their own. Okay, I didn't realize that. So that's gonna have to be configured. That's okay. So that'll be why. In world server. That'll be why. Because it's AzerothCore. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. Let's just, we can just edit them manually actually. That should do it, I think. No. Oh. Really? Oh, did I update the wrong permission? Well, hang on, don't we, AzerothCore DB user. Load, damn it. AzerothCore DB user. AzerothCore, okay. Yeah. Wrong username in config. Yeah, you're right. It is the wrong username in the config. It's the wrong username in here. That's what was wrong. I did a grant, but I granted it to A-Core. Let's have a look. Boom! Alright. Playerbots travel node path.sql. It's going to be playerbots, guild tasks. So that means that we'll have to upgrade the... We'll have to make sure this is in here. So we definitely need that, but not there. We need that in the very first create databases. And I won't parameterize it because I would imagine that's probably not going to change anytime soon, right? I can't imagine that's going to change anytime soon, so don't think I'll parameterize that. And then, but in here we do need to grant permissions accordingly. And we can leave a fix there as well. That'll mean that now if I use it, well, I am going to use this binary that we produce. Oh, we got a bell in our console. Thanks for the bell. Thanks for the bell. Wah. Alright. Alright, let's check it out. Oh, it's running. Can everyone remember what my password is? Can anyone remember? I don't remember. I love God. Is that what it is? Or was it just God? I love God. No, do I? God, I love God. God, I love God. God damn it. Haha. For Christ's sake. There's a lot of gods and... Whoa. No captains for random arena teams available. Come on, Blinky, what is this, eh? What is this? Hey, what is this, Blinky? What are all these errors? You told me that it was this mod was not only perfect but never ever failed and had 0 errors. This is a new server though. Have you created an account yet? It's a good point, but I think the auth server is the same. Yeah, I'm not going to promise that. Oh, come on, Blinky. You're a CD now. You've got to. Who's in the introductions channel? Discord. Xenix. Welcome, Xenix. Okay. Okay. Let's create an undead priest. Right, here we go. This is going to be for me the test for these bots. How well do they play as warriors to tank and protect a priest? Failed logins though. Let me have a look. No, they weren't. They were arena player Maggie Flan. So it's basically bots entering the system. They're very good. Well, okay. Very. I'm going to call the priest very good. And then you better be right. Otherwise, nothing will happen. To be honest, but it would be nice if you were right. Get rid of this stupid terror. They have inhuman reflexes and will taunt instantly. Oh, okay, so they're a bit extreme. Can you fiddle with that? It may have been dragon. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm sure you can add delays. Yeah, it'd be actually pretty good if they weren't supernatural. Speak with the Shadow Priest service. Oh yeah, he is this way, right? I think. Yes. Oh no, not that thing again. I've got this like hardware mouse issue video. Pretty certain the hardware mouse issue is what does that. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I'm sure you can add delays. Yeah, I think I'd want them to be a bit, a bit fallible is the right word, I guess. A bit flawed. I don't think I'd want them to be perfect. The problem is, will it be as performant if we add many delays? You don't have to add delays, you just have to add mistakes. Oh, there are add-ons. KO, give me a link, bro. That was the random flinks I had on Linux. Flinks I don't know, Dragon, sorry. Yeah, fair link. What I'm saying, Blinky, is like you don't need literally like delays like sleep for 100 milliseconds. I mean, like more logic in the decision tree so that they decide to do something stupid. Like there's a 5% chance that they cast the wrong spell. Because that's I've done that in reality, you know. I'm an idiot. I've done that in reality. Thank you for the quest. Kill 5 mindless zombies and 5 red gold. Okay. Before I do this, I'm gonna enable semi-hardcore mode. I like hardcore mode, but semi-hardcore mode is really, really cool. Done. The idea, of course, being that you have to you lose gear and things when you die. Alright, let me go to the documentation. Playbots. Where's the thingy gone? Oh, Playbot add-ons. That's owned in the wiki. This is the primary add-on for working with bots. Multibot. Okay, cool. You unbot add-on to control bots in game. You got the unbot. Okay, you use unbot. That's made by this guy who does a lot of is not as supported anymore. Okay. Unbot. Oh, that's actually by the author. Original player not actively maintained. Okay. Other recommended add-ons. Compact raid frames. BBM War main. Okay, let's have a look at that one. What's this one? Last week? Yeah, baby. It's a lot of lure. Alright. Can't remember how you install. I've got to put it in my interfaces folder, right? Local. HTTPS will do fine. Let's kill the client. It's in add-ons, right? I've got to clone it into here. Multibot. Multibot is currently the superior unbot. I would encourage anyone to use that primarily. Unbot works pretty well. I'll check it out. Unbot works pretty well. It probably still works because the 335A client API isn't changing anytime soon. So I don't think you're gonna have you're really gonna have much of an issue. But I would switch to what's being maintained, definitely. If you've got access to update the wiki, Blinky, maybe it's worth putting a larger highlight to say that it's not really supported anymore. Model search, okay, cool. I don't know what model search does. God damn. Alright. How do you move that around? I'm neither in a raid nor in a party. How dare you, sir? Tank attack. With this button, the tank will attack your target. The execution order shows. Let's see, left click to. How do you? We have a main page that I think. How do I move that around? That window. Right click the buttons. There's more options. Okay. What's this? Invite control. There's a request right now to change size and move, but don't think you can right now, so it's just going to sit there forever. Maybe worth a PR. Come on, mate. Or maybe the move anything add-on? Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a good idea. It's not like the end of the world, but it's sort of like, it is sort of like right there, isn't it? Okay, what does this do? Alright, attack controls, mode control. This control allows you to switch a combat mode on and off. Left click the options to select another combat mode. I'm neither in a raid, passive mode, grind mode. The grind mode, your bots attack opponents independently. This mode is useful to level up your bots. Okay, I'll do that, but it says I'm not in a party, which makes sense. I don't have bots, basically, is what it's saying. Fleet control, formation control, that's cool as hell. Unit control. This button switches the self-bot mode on or off. Class filter. Roster filter. With a roster filter, you can switch between different rosters. What the f... Are you serious? What the hell? This is crazy good. Try second to last button on the right. Should be a button there to summon a bot. So, group revive. Group release. There's a group summon. Group drink. Quest control. Main control. Reset chords. Game master switch. OCS switch. Creator switch. Beast master switch. Auto release. Auto stats. Reward selector. Reset bots. Reset action. Look for the bot around your level. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. What I'm interested in is, I think this is really cool and people can choose to install this, but I want to make, what I want to do a long term is make sure that the bots and the whole of sort of World of SoloCraft is in a position whereby it just feels native and I don't have to, like, it feels what am I trying to say? It feels like it makes sense, right? Okay. Is it one word? More natural is the approach bots are going for. Very hard to replicate. Didn't see how many bots you initially added. I think I just did default, so I think there's like updating 15 bots. I can't create a character. I wonder if there's some built-in AzerothCore. Yeah, 5k is quite a bit. I think maybe there's some built-in AzerothCore limit that you've hit there. That's pretty funny. I use 2k and it feels like it's fine. I'm not sure if it's to do with world server setting. I reckon you've hit a player limit there. I reckon it's gone and created them on the background and now you've hit a play limit. I think there is a play limit in AzerothCore. And I'm pretty certain it's like 100 users or something. I'm not going to be able to find bots, right? How do you find... Can you just do one? Ah, there we go. Alright, cool. Oh my god, they're like all over the place. 30 people found. So if I invite them to my my group, so there's me. Alright, I want a level 21 warrior. Oh, they just appear, and they're also the wrong race. Or is it? Oh no, that's a troll. That's okay. I was like, well, there's a night elf. I'm not familiar with the server commands. Is there one that'll tell me how many accounts players are logged in? There might be within AC. Okay, right, so now let's have a look what's got here. Tank attack. With this button, the tanks will attack your target. I don't have a target. Oh. What are you? You're a warrior. What have I got to do? .server info. That command will give you the server details, players. .server info. So it does. One player. Characters in world, 51. I've got 51 alts, guys. Server uptime, 13 minutes. 5 millisecond with a 1 millisecond mean time. Yeah, cool. Via screen, the ping is 30.36.182. What? Do attack my target. Failed. Cannot attack an invalid target. What do you mean? Oh yeah, you can't attack yourself, obviously. Okay. Alright, that worked. They're obviously out level everything though, so that's just dumb. So if I uninvite, what? Oh, they don't disappear though. It's just gonna. Oh, hey, okay. Well, where are they gonna go though? Oh, what? They got a mount. Okay. How does it decide where to go? Is it gonna start questing? No way. Is that just gonna pick up a quest now? Okay. Level 31. So it's not really aware of the area it's in, it's just running around. Okay. I guess it's just being active, right? It will go around, talk to NPCs, and try to look human. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I figured that was what it would do. Alright, cool. That's pretty good. That is really cool. What does that do? Invite control. With this control, you can automatically fill your group. Okay. Starting to invite members. Okay. Alright. Uh-oh. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. That's probably just the add-on. / my setup. / human error. I actually wanted to go to the wiki and just look at commands as well. Playbots add name to the login alt. Yeah, okay, I also want like more bots than this. Well, you know what, before we actually go any further, because we now have a because we now have a binary. Okay, we can. I should probably release it, right? Go, click. I clicked it. Okay, it's 2 AM, sleep time, have fun. Thanks, Dragon. Really appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Hopefully, see you next week. Sleep well. I think I should release it via here. What do you reckon? Create a new release, baby. Tag it. Create a new tag. Should I tag it as just... what should I tag it as? Main, target main, release title, first build. There's the correct... Yeah, oh, okay. Releasing first build of world and auth binaries. What are those binaries called? That is correct, isn't it? Oh, there's not going to be able to... Alright, anyway. Binaries precompiled with Eluna. Challenge modes. And player bots. Node configuration included. Although what I will need to do is I will need to bring the AzerothCore dependencies, a core, the world server. I will want to bring the player bots into here because I'm going to need to for the database info. So I'll need to bring the config file for player bots into my Ansible playbook so that it's being fully managed. Did you fill my group? You didn't. Who wants to go to Triple Glades? Me. Is that that's the person I had before, right? That's hilarious. That warrior's just like running around. But hardware time. That's fine, Blinky. I appreciate that. We appreciate your work on it. So I definitely need to manage the so I need to kill that, which is going to kill my connection obviously, and all the player bots are going to close. But if I come over here, go to etc. Modules. If I call it playerbots.conf, does that overrule the .dist? It does, right? That's my understanding of it. So I'm going to create a new directory in here called modules, and then I'm going to create a new file called playerbots.conf. I do want to add it actually, and then I want to get all of that in there, which is quite a bit, which I can just as easily get from, whoa, what the hell was that about? I can actually just get from playerbots. Yep. There's the conf there. Copy the whole file. I like to manage the whole file. I'm not a I don't know. I like to just control the whole file from Ansible rather than it being there it is. I'm actually surprised it's got its own config in here, to be honest with you. Alright, so playbots database information. Okay, playbots database information. It's going to get that from DB a.k.a, and then you need this on the end. Alright, as we've got TV, that's not going to be parameterized because it's not going to change. User, port, host, yeah, okay. Okay. Now if we go to configuration, does that put up the parse and upload configuration files, loop, tags, configuration. So let's create a second one here. No, actually, let's just undo that. What we can do, it won't put them in the right location. God damn it. That's okay. Let's go. I don't want to make that module configuration files. So destination, etc. Module / item. Playerbots. I go etc. module / item. Excuse me. So I'm thinking that if I do playerbots.conf, that should overrule .dist. Configure. I'm happy for that to be configuration. Existing. This is old code. Oh wow, that is a lot of old code. I wonder why that's even in there anymore. Let's get rid of that now because that's in a previous commit anyway. So if I ever need to get it back, which I doubt, it'll be the. So I'm probably gonna have to rebuild the VM, but I'm gonna pull those binaries out, and then. Wife calling for dinner. Looking forward to AOL. Out of all the private servers, got YouTube content and other missing content, and I personally think it would be very desired to create your own Wowhead with your own server. I agree, Blinky. I agree entirely. Thank you so much for all your help. Thanks for all your feedback. Thanks for joining. And yeah, I think AOL on there would be great, as well as all of the other UI tools as well. Enjoy dinner. Have fun. And speak soon. I'm going to get this binary off this server. Let me have a look. Let's go to. So if I compile it locally, I'll get all that stuff as well. But I like the idea of compiling it inside of a VM. AO is like a web interface that reads your AzerothCore database itself. I'll show you. I'll get you a link. Let's just go AO Rapid Lich King. There's lots of them that are live already. So here's one. Lets you navigate the database and look stuff up specific to the database. So like if I go items, consumables, elixirs, battle. I've actually been working on this the past week. What do you mean? Oh, you mean trying to get it up and running? there you go. So like that's an example of an item that's being pulled from the database directly. So I agree with Blinky that having all of those things would be very cool. Building my own interface to read from the database. Go! My advice is always assume that something already exists and go and find it. And if it doesn't, then build it if you really want to. But yeah, most of that stuff is like a solved problem from an AzerothCore perspective because it's been around for so long. There's even a registration page and everything. New release. There's a release. So what do I want to do now? Let me check on those. How are we looking on there? If you're watching via YouTube, by the way, I am not looking. There's no live chat, and I won't see any live chat. So make sure that you come over to the Discord. Otherwise, yeah, you if you've got any questions, I can't answer them. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll get the binaries from there. So that's pre-compiled with everything. So that should. We're in temp here. So if we SCP Superman at 192.168.89.35, and then we go AzerothCore dash Wrath of the Lich King dash playbots /playbots /bin /world server. Alright. Where are we? Play a bot. Okay. Superman at 192.168.89.35. Oh, idiot. Oh no, that's right. Play a bot. Bin /world server. What? Hang on. Player bot. Wrath of the Lich King player bots. Player bot. What's that spin? As it were. Oh, did I call it something wrong? Isn't it world server? Oh, wrong user. Stop. Have you heard of TS WoW? Hey Fisher, I have. A few people have actually recommended that actually. AzerothCore. A few people have recommended it. Have you used it? Do you like it? Pretty much comes to the conclusion that every great idea I've got, someone else has done, but definitely helps keep my skills fresh. Yeah, it's always good to write stuff, KO. Like if you think you can. Even if an idea pre-exists, one thing to consider is that you might be able to execute better. So don't just assume, you know, that you're not going to be able to do a better job. TS WoW, yeah, a few people have mentioned that now. Binaries, Linux self-64, no Windows support yet. I'll need to probably work out how to do a. Oh, I can get I'll have to compile the whole bloody thing for Windows because I do want people to run on Windows. I've used AzerothCore in the past and made my own module, but have just been watching TS WoW content. I like that you can write code to do. You can write code to do everything. TS WoW. I think you can do that in AzerothCore, though, right? It's common practice to prefix your version names with a letter V. Yeah, version names, first build. Okay, let's give it. I'm gonna give it. We're going to go with 0.1.0. Create new tag on publish. Okay. Cancel. Yeah, no, what am I talking about? Let's go to documents, temp. So we want these two files, the world server with everything compiled in and the auth server with everything compiled in. Do we need anything else? The map files we automatically download as is. Pre-compiled. Let's just say compiled. Compiled with the Eluna challenge mode. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. technically a repack, but this project isn't being treated as such. I'll let that do the upload. For example, this code creates a spell instead of modifying DBC files. Import standard from WoW, Lich King, export constant shadow blast equals standard. That's really cool. Let's have a look. Create magic, core, shadow blast. Okay, name, GB set, icon, the description, cast time, range. Okay, interesting. I don't think I'll be jumping ship anytime soon, but oh my god, is this written in TypeScript? Oh, around Trinity Core. Okay. Earlier today, so it's a transpiler, and it only works for Trinity Core. TSY is a programming environment. Language used to TypeScript is among easier languages. JavaScript, Python. If you know any data, learn Python. Integrated development, JSON functions. Links to getting started. Okay. Learn TypeScript, getting started. Test island, test and demo module for a wide variety of basic code examples. That looks cool though, that you can create your own spells and everything. Spell ID, I don't know. That's very cool. Without Fisher, is that without client modifications? I guess because the icon already exists, right? On the client, so you don't need to add a new client. Add a new spell. Or does Trinity Core support that? Maybe Trinity Core allows you to send something to the client, but I'm pretty certain the client can't receive. I'm pretty certain that Trinity Core the client can't receive updates. Mana.cost set 17% base mana. That's a bit mean. Cooldown 8 seconds. Effects add EFF type skull damage set 46. Is that 46%? Damage die sides set 4. Okay. Implicit target. Oh. That looks very interesting. So world server and the auth server. So we will leave them as is. Attach the binaries, preview main, previous tag auto, releases, C1, publish. First build. Okay, so we've got a couple of binaries there, that's good. There is one issue though, and that is that I haven't published the actual changes to all of this in a very long time. So I think what I need to do is make sure that it works with, we've got AzerothCore. So now what we need, tasks, we got main, right? I think we need to skip Ansible, I think there's a with block, right? Not a block. It's called a block, and you can do when. Always block rescue. I'm could have sworn you can do. Yeah, you can do when, right? On a block. I could have sworn you can do when on a block. Grouping tasks with blocks. Inherit directives applied to the block level. Most of what you can apply to a single task. Not sure exactly how client modification works with TSY. Yeah, fair enough. All tasks in the block inherit directives applied at block level. The directive does not affect the block itself. It is only inherited by the task enclosed in the block. For example, a when statement is applied to the tasks within a block, not the block itself. Okay. I guess I want to do the include, so I think what I'd want to do then is go, when, and then I need something to be true here. So I guess if we go to group all, where the source code is downloaded to, whether to use source code and compile, or pull pre-existing binaries instead. Okay, so let's go AzerothCore. What should we call it? Should we call it deployment type and say binary? Values can be binary or source. And then if we do that, use source if you want to pull and compile every time. Use binary if you don't care about compiling. This will save you a lot of waiting time. Could you get around needing to modify the client with new icons if you leverage the add-ons file in ways that masquerade an elf add-on icons into the game? Maybe. I'm not really too sure. I've never really looked at client-side stuff all that much. We were talking about the sorry, I've got a bit of a thing in my throat at the moment. We were talking about well, basically I just don't go anywhere near the client because I find there's just enough work to be done on the server at the moment. And we were talking about the legalities of things before, and I think modding the client might be a step too far. I apologise if you could hear that, it's probably disgusting. So binary type, so then let's go to main and then go when the whole thing has to be in a thing equals source. Can never remember. It's so long since I've done any like raw Ansible when conditionals conditions based on variables. Okay, bars when epic or blah, blah, when not epic, when bar is undefined, when item, when bar value equals when x is not defined, with this, when x is not defined. 1 second, my peeps, just checking the message from the wife. So obviously I'm going to try and shift today. No worries. What am I talking about here? Yeah, so Ansible factor when, yeah, I can't just do equals, right? Okay, I thought you had to do quotes in the when, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. Source, okay. Include test for downloading modules when it equals source. When we have source. Class for maps, so we need maps and we need configs. But now let's go name. Include task for downloading binaries. And then we'll do include tasks binaries .yml. We'll have a when. And we'll say AzerothCore deployment type equals binary, and then we'll do tags binary. Hopefully this works. We're gonna find out, right? New file, I'll go binary. Did I call it binary? I can't remember. Binary.yml. We're gonna find out, aren't we? Binaries. Let's call it binary. Okay. So with maps, we already have a download, which is nice. We got an unarchive, which is nice. But we just need I think it's fetch, isn't it? Ansible module download file. URL get. Is that still the module? Really? It's been around for a long time if that's the case. Excuse me. Get URL, file, and then destination. That's pretty much perfect. Alright. That's pretty much, if I remember rightly. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's download the world server. Alright, let's go to our release and right click and do copy link address, and then let's see what we get in the link address. Destination. Alright. Destination. Let's go to where does it? If I do configuration, file, go to main, source. If I go to source, check out AzerothCode, CD home, get the latest CD home, AzerothCore folder, AzerothCore source, pause release, git tag, look for modules. It doesn't update any module. I'm just wondering whether the path's actually going to exist. Will they exist ahead of time? I actually don't remember, to be perfectly honest. Stupid dragon. I've been disconnected. Oh yeah, I killed the world server, didn't I? Huh? Will the files exist ahead of time? It will create. I don't think it will actually. AzerothCore, maybe dependencies does it actually. Tasks, main, packages, user. It creates the user and then it makes sure that the user exists. I can't remember whether the path will exist at the time, so if I try and download straight to the location, which is going to be like here, right? That's another point as well. So AzerothCore folder, source modules. If we build via binary, do we want to have an additional path? So the source, the server, where the source is downloaded to, and it's just called source. Update on 5,000 bots. I couldn't create a tune because on server I have all the races, all classes, which I don't have loaded on the test box, so it wasn't letting me create a character with the wrong class. Oh. Interesting. A.k.a. server, A.k.a. server port. Let's go to the top. A.k.a. folder player bots. I'm just going to change this to binaries. Binary deployment. All the keys I want to stay the same. Root. It will go to home, Azeroth folder, and then it will go to AzerothCore release. Where are you getting that from? But where is that? Oh. Release, and the release is just a branch. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go back to main for that. So it will put it under there. It will go temp, and then SQL. I think because the make process is the one that actually creates the things, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to actually create the directories first ahead of time. So I think what I'm probably going to have to do is go home, AzerothCore, to log in all the bots. Wow. Still, a few minutes isn't bad for 5,000 bots. That's not bad at all. Home, AzerothCore release, so that would be binary, main, and then bin data. So that's actually going to become item. And then we're going to have loop. And then you're going to loop over. You got bin data, you got etc. Oh, that's bin. Oh, I see. Bin data. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it will etc slash modules. Okay, download this world server. Destination will be that. World server 0770. Yeah. Now let's go to. Hey Fisher, do you run a server? Do you just play WoW locally? Like on your own, or do you run a server, or do you play on a server? I don't know why I'm doing that when I can actually just do a loop here as well. And then up here I can just, yeah. Item. So download the binaries. Okay. Create the required directory for our binaries and configs. The server needs 9 minutes to initialize the bots. Wow. The thing is I don't think I could use, like, if I was saying to people, hey, come play World of Warcraft on your local laptop, I think it would have to be a case of, unless you are willing to, that is hilarious, unless you are willing to that is so funny. Oh, that is so good. Look at all those bots. Oh my god, your UI is all over the place. Oh god. I play Blizzard's live servers mostly, but I have experience modifying servers on the client. Yeah, nice. I assume then, therefore, that you use... hey Philip, you're back. I assume that you use TSWow a lot then. That is mental, KO. Like, that is absolutely insane. New tune on the new box. Yeah, fair enough. Wow. That's 5,000 bots AzerothCore with player bots. Beautiful. Beautiful. Add ported items from Wrath expansion back to Wrath. Yeah, nice. Alright, so if we create the desired folders at a time... bin data, etc. modules, that should create bin and data and etc. and modules. And then when we come back to main and we go through source modules, you only want that when you are source type, and then you only want to actually do the build when you're source type. But then include tasks for downloading binaries, binary, but you still always want to bring in maps, which will create the directory ahead of time for you for maps. So let me go back to build. I just want to do that then, but I want etc. modules. Then if we go back to maps, it will then download from Honey's server, but I'm going to get a backup of those. Create bin data. Yeah, okay. Creates. Yeah, okay. I'll mention that the server is hosted off-site on a 200 Mbps connection. A ping is 24. Yeah, nice. I've actually got a 250 link in my house. I've got fiber straight to my home, so I've got 250 down, 250 up. So that's why I'm thinking that I can just run a server from my garage during streams. We can have fun with it. So binary build. So I'm going to go ahead and do a run of that. Okay. All. So let's go ahead and... So did I kill the world server here? I did, didn't I? But the auth server is still running. I'm AzerothCore. Systemctl stuff. Auth server. Yeah, and then what we're going to do is we're going to run those manually. There's player bots. Okay. Let's see if we blow up. Modules, okay. I created the module, blah, blah, blah. Fish has been promoted, yay! With all the bots, doesn't seem to be breaking a sweat. Yeah, really? Like your CPU is okay. Blinky's back. Hey, Blinky. Made it back. Lasagna was great. Whoa. Very nice. You ate that first, bro. I created the modules that had gossip option to boost to level 15 depending on templates at the starting in each zone for the server I was volunteering for in a while. Yeah, nice. Alright, well, I'm hoping that this is actually downloading the binaries. They're not really that big, so I don't know why it's taking so long, but we'll find out, I guess. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright. Shut up. AzerothCore binary. Main. Okay. Alright. Data will be coming down, Lua scripts will be coming down. Okay. It hasn't got to config yet. Come on, behave yourself. Alright, I've got tree on here. I don't do I sudo. Oh, can't. Apt install tree. No, okay, I thought it would just work it out. God damn it. Did you end up changing bottoms? He did, Blinky. KO ended up getting 5,000 bots going. Did you see the image before? There's the image. That's what he posted in chat. That's what it looks like in the starting zone. Yeah, how crazy is that, right? But apparently, my recommendation running a lot of bots, if they start out at your level, your FIFA questing, either grant yourself some levels to get out of the starting zone or allow your bot to spawn at higher levels. Ah, that's a really good little snippet there, actually. That's actually a really good little snippet. Yeah. Okay. Did you end up changing bot numbers? Turned out I was trying to create a gnome hunter and didn't have all the race or classes module installed. Oh, created a human oh, I see. I see what you mean now. Yeah, you didn't have the module that let you create like undead paladins and stuff like that. Alright, let's see if this has died. Right, that's dumped everything in place apparently. So, alright, so in bin, data, alright, etc. Alright. Does your server work? Yep, it does. Okay. Christ's sake. Binary. Mass is still correct as well. Yeah. Binary. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because that's a dependency, right? So I can't. That's to run the dependency thing every time as well, which I could do, and it would just do it. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's go here, and let's do Ansible playbook, dependencies, inventory, user Superman. You're going to need k -- tags, and then let's have a look at these tags. Let's have a look at the dependencies tag, tasks main. We just want to do systemd, so then we just do systemd. Okay. Alright, so it just says OK, so it didn't actually make any changes. That's okay. So let's go to systemd and let's see if it actually did make a change. It didn't. Okay, so why didn't that make a change then? So let's go to templates, etc. systemd, world server, AzerothCore folder, home. Oh, that's a bit. No, that shouldn't be doing that. That shouldn't be doing that. Tasks, binary. Should be doing that. That's where that should be going. So that's a bit dated. Well, it shouldn't be going to bin for that, but it should be going temp. But Alt 1, so home, AzerothCore user folder, so it should be going home, AzerothCore folder, AzerothCore server release / bin. Yeah. Exec start should be the same, server release / bin / world server. Yeah, and then the auth server. The auth server should basically be the same. All right. What's going on here? Oh man, that's a fun module by the way. There's an NPQ you need to add to your data file, but doesn't need any client updates. Oh, that's the one for the classes. I used playerbots a while ago and ended up creating a test module to apply templates to bots with commands. For example, .apply template arms while targeting one would give what gear to. That's really cool. All AI and PvP. Okay, that functionality is built with the playerbots. They'll auto gear and set correct talents. Also, your playbot config, you can change how good of a gear they'll get. It is, but I can specify exactly what they equip rather than a range. Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. So you can define those templates effectively, is what you're saying. So you can create your own, like very, very specific builds, if you like. Alright, so now this is where tags are very useful. So I would say that's not changed anything still, so that's quite interesting. So what are you firing off against? But I did change this, so shouldn't you be using that now? What am I doing wrong? System D. Let me have a look. Am I doing something wrong here? Include task for system D. Included AzerothCore system YAML, and then it didn't do anything. I think because the tasks themselves don't have the tag on. I think that was one of the downsides I remember. With tags, you have to tag everything you want to essentially be applied. Philip. Yeah, there we go. That's what it was. Okay. So now if I look at that, it should be looking at the right place. So now it should be able to go systemctl status auth server. It should be off. I need to get control thingy working, so now I should be able to start it, and it should fail. Let's have a look. Why? So exec start /root. Oh. Okay. But that's because we're running as the home user, right? But with dependencies, when you run the dependencies, you want to run as the AzerothCore user. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay, you want that for this here at the beginning. Yeah, I see now. System D, etc, and then inside the template files, you effectively need that. Yeah, okay. But you also need the folder as well, so you actually need that in there too. AzerothCore release. Okay, so you actually need home, AzerothCore user, AzerothCore folder, AzerothCore release, folder, AzerothCore release. So it needs to be that, and then /home release. So home AzerothCore user, AzerothCore folder, temple server, home AzerothCore user, AzerothCore folder, bin. No, you need the release as well. Yeah, you need that as well. Don't. Come on, Michael. Do some thinking here. Do some thinking, bruh. Home user folder, server release temp, server release bin, auth server. Yep. And then the world server effectively needs the exact same thing. It would just be easier to. Oh my god. Why doesn't that shortcut work? That's odd. Oh yeah. Okay. And then should see it change again. Sweet. Necroing a previous topic. So I jumped on my Steam Deck in desktop mode and installed OBS. By default, there's a desktop audio source available. The good thing is it's super easy. The bad thing is that it brings all audio from the OS output mix for a specific output audio device, not audio from specific apps. You can capture the I forgot about the desktop audio. I actually completely forgot about that. I think the reason I forgot about it is it's not an option for me. Audio capture, output capture. Oh, I do have a desktop one already. Desktop audio. Yeah, it is there, but I think the issue... Oh, I see. No, the issue is... the issue is... that's a webcam, right? So what you're seeing in Discord is the virtual cam from OBS. As far as I'm aware, that's literally just video. It doesn't carry any audio. So what I wanted to do is mix my microphone and my desktop audio into one virtual device and then have that come out. So have a virtual sound input and then have OBS and my desktop go into that. Get rid of the audio, the desktop source in OBS, and then have that virtual one. Then you plug that into your devices and then they get everything from True, so you need audio going into Discord directly rather than stream output. You need tricks. The virtual cam might have audio available. I'll tinker further. It might do. I don't think it does though. Virtual camera, output type program, preview, scene, source, output selection. No selection for this output type. Maybe. Have a play if you don't mind. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. So that's now active. So now if I run the world server, oh, I did that the wrong way around. Okay. So hopefully what we should see here, oh, there's a console though, which is dumb. But we should see that the binary should effectively work as a login. And they do. So that is the binaries now from GitHub. So effectively I should be able to take in a virtual machine, Ubuntu 24.04, run the Ansible against it, run dependencies.yaml, run main.yml, dependencies.yaml, and then AzerothCore.yaml. And then you should have a box up and running really, really quickly. The other downside would be the data that you need for the maps. That's the other big chunky thing. But that's the only other download. Let's have a look. 1 to 80. Boom. Look at all these bots, bro. Look at all these bots. AzerothCore. AzerothCore. Hey mate, it's AzerothCore. Look, he's just stood on a box. Look at him go. Oh, he's facing me. I didn't realise he was facing me. Let's inspect him. What's he got? A corroded pike. That's way cool. He's got all blues. Oh. What did he just do? He did something. Linky. Alright. You should try changing the playbook config to Legendary Gear 5. Oh god. Will that do what I think it will do? It's a bit stuttery. I wonder if it's got a cache load of things. What will that do? Will they like be like epically geared to the max? And be able to like punch me in the face and stuff? What are you doing? What are you? Why are you in there? Oh, is it because I'm a GM? Yes. They'll essentially be BIS, yeah, best in slot, yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. Right now though, I just want... Oh. Oi! You've got memory unexpected location 0. This is why I like to run wine in a terminal. Because I like to see when it crashes and why. Because it does crash from time to time. Not responding. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Terminate it now, baby. Interesting. Probably too many bots. On the client side, really? The client failed, not the server. Yeah, no, that was a client died. Yeah, no, the server's still fine. Yeah, server's still running. Okay, so now what I sort of want to do is... I actually now want to turn these things off. Stop. It's because I'm running on Linux, right? I'm running via Wine, so it's good, but use Proton for client. Feel like it's just a lot better than straight Wine. How do I do that from the terminal? I've never actually used Proton directly from the terminal. Should I just add it to my Steam as a game, and then Steam just takes care of it, or can you just run it? Can you just run it from the terminal? Sudo rm system d system star server. I think they're the only two servers. Oh my god, I'm gonna headbutt you. Auth server and oh yeah, okay, fair enough. And world server. Both service. Alright, now we're going to go to /home /AzerothCore. Access denied. Yeah, we'll need your F, you mate. You what, mate? Sudo su AzerothCore. Alright, let's get rid of those. I effectively want to start completely from scratch with those with my Ansible, so the user setup, the dependencies are set up. We've seen the systemd file work fine. Add force compressor. I know about that part. I've just never really done the whole Steam thing. I don't actually know if Steam will run on this activity in KDE. It should do, I think. It's a library. Steam is amazing, man. I don't think Steam runs on this activity in KDE. I don't know what will happen if I switch to another activity in KDE, so let's just leave it for now. So we've got a server, we've got a user, we've got rid of the systemd files. So I want to run dependencies, and then I want to run AzerothCore. Yeah, I've not looked neither. I would like a command line tool for it as well. Proton is fantastic. So if I can run, should I use a clean VM or should I just? I don't think I need a clean VM, right? I think we're pretty good here. Like that IP is fine. I don't care about leaking that. AzerothCore that's now changed. AzerothCore database. Ensure all targeted set up on remote server. Ah, bin liver scripts. Okay. Oh, I forgot about root. Oh, dumbass. Home. Oh no, that does home. That's why. Oh, actually, no, that won't work. I can't use that in the systemd files. I'm using Steam Link to remote into my Steam Deck in desktop mode so I can use my keyboard and mouse while testing the OBS thing while trying to do the Steam Proton thing directly in Steam. So much Steam. It's just Steam everywhere, man. Better than farts. Override. Mike's Realm. Oh, that's right, the override.yaml. But do I actually still allow that though? Does that work? Override.yaml? I actually don't remember. Alright, let's have a look. What are you on about you? Just stop the world server, shall create user systemctl. Ah, you can't do that anymore. I need to update this readme file. That's a missing features, workflows, change the server's IP address, group vars, add a module to your core. Okay. So I'm going to need to update this readme before I actually do a push, right? Because that's a bit yeah, I'm gonna have to make it to change, so I'll do that. So let's just do a run first, and then we will we won't use tags. We'll use Superman. You'll need to become password. Yep. And then we'll see if a straight binary run gives me. Oh, actually, another thing I actually want to do is make sure that when you run Azeroth, dependencies put the systemd files in place but doesn't enable them. It doesn't start them, and then when you run Azeroth it still doesn't start them because you still need to create an account. Oh, actually, Blinky, can you, what I need a way of injecting pre-existing users so that I can just stand it up and log in straight away. A normal user and a GM user via SQL. I was thinking I might just create them and then just pull them out, pull the SQL out of the database as a MySQL dump, and then just re-inject them back into the characters on the AuthDB. The AuthDB. That's probably the best way, right? Because it uses WoW uses that SRS. Yeah, it uses that SRS or whatever it's called, SR15 auth protocol, which I can't find anything on and can never get it working. Okay. So let's go. Playbook, AzerothCore, user, inventory, user, AzerothCore. You don't need anything else. That should just work. No. Permission denied. Key 35. Okay. So, really? Why would that be key denied? Why would that be denied? Okay. Oh, idiot. AzerothCore, yeah, okay. That should just go in target directories, create the target DB, upload SQL files, run those raw commands. Is there an option to disable the bot chatter? Just curious, it's actually pretty funny to watch. Bot saying, I feel like spirits is best for leveling. Yeah, there is. It's quite a bit of options at config. Run a raw SQL, include download AzerothCore. So those modules. So we're skipping those. Include tasks. So it's basically downloaded. It didn't create main bin. That must have already existed from another step. That's interesting. It created ET etc. modules. It downloaded the binaries. It's now pulling down and unarchiving the pre-made map data. Okay, cool. Living the dream. Living the dream, baby. Living the dream. Living the dream. Look at that. That is 5. That's not literally 5,000 playbots there, but that's what happens when you turn on 5,000 bots. And there's Simba. There's our little doggo. Face of the day. There's Simba. What? Where's my Simba face? Get rid of that. I don't know what that is. I don't. Ooh, can I actually get rid of that? What happens if I get rid of that? Let's get rid of that. No, okay. There we go. Doggo face of the day. Okay. Enough doggo faces. Where is... are the servers doing alright? The servers look like they're doing alright to me down here. That's my foot. Okay. So that took no time at all. And so now I should be able to just sudo over to AzerothCore. See, I've got the binary. I should then just go bin, master bin, main bin. Yeah, and then I should be able to system ctl start auth server. I think it's actually already running, but great. And then I should be able to run the world server. There we go. So that's the default. It's off straight away. And then I suggest people do this. Okay. So the config location is wrong. So why is that then? Failed to open player bots. What? No way. That's not hard coded. Blinky, tell me that the path to the config file isn't hard coded into the binary. Tell me that that's not true. There's no way. Pretty sure. You're pretty sure that it is? That is awful. That is so stupid. What the hell? That is so dumb. That can be overridden, right? Likely. It must be likely. It must be a CMake thing, right? It must be. It's not a precompile headers thing, is it? Welcome, Paulie. Other options available here. CMake line 58. Show options of CMake. Okay. Config dir. Message install configs to config dir. Let's have a look on the. I'm gonna ask the on the. Is it possible to not hard code? Is it possible to not hard code config paths into the auth and world server binaries? That is, if you can't actually not do that, I'd be so. Could just simulate the hard code to a more reasonable place. Yeah, I mean it would work now just to get things going, but still, that's such bad design. Like, it shouldn't even have crept into the code base at all. That shouldn't even be a thing. Okay. I mean, I can. I can never remember. Is it that way and then... Is it the other way around? I can never remember which way around it is. Yeah, okay. So it is that way around. Link AzerothCore player bots. Okay. What the f are you talking about, Sunshine? Huh? Oh. What? Okay. So if I create the directory here then. No, actually, sorry, I'm doing that wrong, aren't I? AzerothCore playerbots. Link. Don't I just say I want AzerothCore playerbots here? / playerbot to link to AzerothCore playerbot my binary main. It's been a long stream so far. I'm confused as hell here. That doesn't make any sense in my brain. There. Am I going to have to create the folder for thingy first and then create the symlink called playerbots inside the folder? Okay. Oh, it's Daisy. Hi, baby. What are you doing? There's my doggo. You might be able to see if you get lucky. Daisy. Daisy. Come. Go, quick. The internet wants to see you. Quick. Go stand exactly there now that sock. What's that? What's that? Ah, Daisy. Where is it? Did I trick you? Did I trick you into thinking that was something cool? And now you're like, you suck? It's a sock? Oh well. There we go. Server mode activated. I guess the Synodesk flag wouldn't work. To be fair, I don't know what's on the links, but yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty certain that a symlink here of playerbot should be able to go out to binary / main. I'm confused as hell. Whatever. I'd just actually rather they didn't hard code it in. That would be the much better option. Dumb as hell. So annoying. Alright. AzerothCore community, that'll take a while to get an answer from them. Oh my god. OMG. Alright, so well at least we know that our Ansible works. We've just now got to overcome, unless... Can you override the config there whilst running it? Is maybe config nothing to know of? No. Yeah, there might be a variable that it looks for, but I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Requirements to use MySQL on a server. Okay, while it takes 5 minutes to shut down the service, on the service start you can log in approximately 30 seconds after starting the service. Yeah, I don't think it would affect your login, but I don't think you're going to see bots I don't think you're going to see bots all too quickly. Client setup, installing a module, keeping server state. Environment variables. Config variables can override config variables. Yeah, AC world server port. Okay. Oh, there's the data there. AC underscore maybe the config there. No, it's still hard coded in. That's so dumb. I think it's probably in the. I reckon it's probably in the CMake. It's all prefix home. Yeah, look. AzerothCore dist. So even that's wrong. Even that's not actually the correct path. C compiler's fine. D modules, D scripts, D build tool, D with warnings. I wonder if there's a CMake flag that can turn that off. At this point, you must be in your build directory or CMake options. Okay. That's all there is, and they just keep pointing to these dumb files. They really need to get their ass together on this documentation now. I'm happy to contribute, but then every time I contribute, nothing ever comes up. Nothing ever gets accepted. Without gear, dynamic linking. Okay, without methods, dynamic linking of libraries. With warnings, top build name, script module. That's the only one that I've... hang on. Scripts, modules, apps, tool build, scripts. Yeah, they are constantly. They've been busy for about 3 weeks though. On quite a simple wiki poll. Not even code. Modules, module options, app build, tools build, script variable name, application build. Use script use. Precompiled headers, compiled scripts, compiled service, show all warnings, build, include additional debug code, enable compilation with blah 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 blah, gperf tools, disable the git testing routines, enable checks relative to. There's probably a few of these I probably want to put on in order to allow for a more efficient binary runtime. I was tuned out. I mentioned botnet server. What I missed, the hardcoded path. Oh, it's a hardcoded path to the config file. So when I'm running the world server, it's looking for where I compiled it previously, which is stupid because I want that to be really, really flexible. It doesn't have to be. I can revert the flexibility of the whole thing and just say run a separate realm on a separate server, or change the user, the AzerothCore user, to a second AzerothCore user. But then that will break because the binaries have the path hard coded into them. I guess, I mean, that means that that's to always compile. So that was with the original compile, yeah. Do you see here? If I zoom in, you can see config load file, fail open file. It's looking for the previous path I was using here. But I'm not using that anymore, but it's hard coded into the binary. It is sort of around compiling yourself, but it's still a dumb design decision. They should actually just pretty much fix in a set of predetermined paths, like it looks in /etc, /etc, or /etc, //AzerothCore, and just has a few basic Unix sort of best practices. I do think a variable should be there. I think so too. I think there's a variable somewhere that can be configured, but I'm not entirely sure where. Yeah, I think that's get hardcoded when you run the CMake command. I ran that morning, and all I did was move new folder, and from the root of that folder a core compiler build. I don't want to do any compilation whatsoever. I want to be able to just get a pre-compiled. It must be doable because there are repacks based on AzerothCore. Yeah, there are repacks on AzerothCore. Hey up. User config path. does that do? No. Use the config path, home, AzerothCore binary. Oh, let's try. No. It's got bin path. I think that's mainly for. Docker.
Come here.
Alright, just give me a second, guys. Alrighty. Good old doggo. Yeah, I know that because I've got to do slot binding because I've got to run the binary. Right? That's where the binary is located. If I just do world server, it'll try and search the path for world server. That makes sense. Whereas the world server binary is here. I think it's a CMake option, and I think we need to work out what that is before we can progress with this particular option. There's the config there. Okay. What if I set that AC path root env dist? It will use the bin path by default. Bin path env dist. What if I set that to like /etc when I compile? That makes sense. Tis worth a shot. Tis indeed. So let's go to binary. So what I'll have to do then is I'll have to do a binary. Oh god, it's going to take 20 minutes again. Let me do my CMake locally on my desktop here, but this time let's not smash the entire. Let's not smash the whole thing, right? Let's just go with like 6 cores, and then please keep an eye on the YouTube for me. All right. Wasn't it just okay? Just gotta find my stream again. 1 hour ago. Okay. Live. Stream again. 1 hour ago. Oh god. It's actually surprisingly sort of reactive. Like it actually, you actually get my stream like almost immediately, right? So let's look at the CMake. CMake install, CMake compiler, build tools, script static, module static. Okay. So what was that? What was that option again? Config dir, absolute path, source path, dcd-d CMake install, data path, but the okay, whatever. Absolute path. Oh, okay. It's got to be an absolute path. Oh, that's relative, right? Let's see what happens. No. Okay. Oh, is that the config from the current location? Huh. What happens if you change it to... See, there's the data path. Multi-threaded release scripts, modules. Fastest compilation but optimized if you change headers often. Not optimized if you change, okay, app builds. This will go to apps tools, you can expand your -T, you can add your custom definitions here. Cache false, export, Google Perf tools. -D config underscore there. Yeah, -D conf dir underscore. I'd ideally like it to be like that, but it doesn't like it. Ignoring extra path from command line. CMake error directory document does not contain. Oh, hang on, I'm in the wrong. Is that what I pulled though? Was that the one that I pulled down? Yeah, playerbot. Okay. Let's try what you just did there. So let's go and see what's it gonna... Install the core to AzerothCore, a.k.a. AzerothCore and Ubuntu. Yeah, that's fine, I don't really care. Or do I? Bin path. Just call it dist. Okay. Manually specific variables were not used by the project bin path. Well, screw you then. Must not have liked it. Install config to /etc. Okay. Okay. Can't change where it goes to, but okay. Let's see what happens to yield CPU here. So I can see the stream on my iPhone here still tickety boo. Discord seems to be responding, I think. So far so good, I guess. It'd be really cool if I can resolve this, and I don't mind changing the location of the config files. I'm even happy to put them in /etc, but then you have a root user then to change those. So if it works with /etc, then that would be really, really good, because I can just dump all the configs next to the binary and we'll be good as gold. I can see the stream still working fine on my iPhone, I think. No? Yeah? Yeah? I think it seems to be working. Are you seeing any problems in Discord at all? bit of stuttering. The YouTube's doing okay. So far it seems to think that it's an excellent connection. Alright. $128 kilobits on the audio stream. Really? Audio... What do you mean? It's at 48? Oh, the actual bit rate, the audio. Okay. Bit of stuttering. Seems to be okay on the YouTube front. Oh. Disconnected my headphones. Alrighty. 33%. If this can solve this, I'll be pretty happy. How are those bots going, KO? What's it like having a... You should do a 40-man. Go into Molten Core and do like a full Molten Core raid with them. See how good they are. Also, with that many bots, you could hit a... Couldn't you hit a battleground? And have like the whole battleground just be filled full of players? I assume that like the battleground... Because I'm told that the bots are quite good. They do AV battleground, yeah. So you could go straight into AV, right? And with 5,000 bots, I assume the whole queue will be filled. Blinky, does it always make sure that the player could probably AFK it? Does it always make sure that the player can get into a battleground? Is the module? Is it smart enough to do that? Be right back. Could probably AFK it. Yeah, all good. I'm gonna go get lunch soon. I just want to get this compilation sorted and make sure that I mean, I can do the Ansible stuff offline. Fun fact, my main's name is TBC. And it was Kate. Then with newborn, I would AFK a lot. AFK. AFK go. That's pretty funny. I like it. That's a nice little bit of history there. What's it at? 46%. I'm at 52. Yeah, the stream's doing pretty well. It's catching up. If this works, I'll be very happy. If this works, I'll be very happy. What am I going to have for lunch? I don't know. It is Sunday today. I've got to get a bit of work done for work as well. Nearly a 5-hour stream. I don't think I've ever streamed for that long. Maybe I've just required a good audience. I've never really had that. And it's fun. It's got to be fun, otherwise the streamer doesn't enjoy it neither. La 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 la. 63%. La 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 la. Hoping this works. When you're seeing him in oily Blackman School, Stone Scale Eels. Very interesting. I was listening for a couple of hours on YouTube while I was driving the car along errands earlier, podcast style. Nice. Thanks, Paulie. Did you watch the first stream? From last Sunday on YouTube? That was the very first one. This, therefore. Some of it, yes. Nice, thank you. Is it an okay format? It can be a bit floaty, like all sort of like, you know, I do move around a bit. Sort of topically wise. Like today, the overview today was to set up GitHub release for World of Warcraft. compile AC was last week, and then today is to get these binary releases in place, but it's sort of, screwed around a little bit. But hopefully I'll get it done now, and then next week I want to introduce Daisy. So actually, KO, I had it in my notes to do Daisy next week. But once Daisy's in a good place, programmatically, and actually works, then I can definitely do videos. And then the week after I want to write the story for the better starting zones. I've already started on that, and I'm going to use AI to just help me write that story out and flesh it out and just get content quicker. And I'm going to do the better starting zone storyline. And then we're going to use Daisy to build that quest line. Better starting zone. Oh, that's not right. Better starting zone. Oh, better professions modules. Yeah. So then after that, I'll start working on the better starting zones, proper quest line, and the better profession. And then after that, the better professionals. And then the fifth one will be better open world. They're going to be my three modules. So fixing the starting zone so you can get to 60 really quickly, but not 80. With some gold, you should be able to do it within like an hour. I'm aiming for like an hour of play will help you level relatively quickly. Better professions and just a slight config change to the AzerothCore config will allow you to have all of the professions straight up anyway. But you'll be able to get to 60 really quickly, and then better professions is then about adding in lots of quests that make it so that the player can earn gold through professions by effectively doing work for NPCs. And then better open world is then pulling all of the content out of dungeons into the real world, pulling it out into the open world, so that you don't have to rely on bots and things to do dungeons. But that may pivot because these player bots are looking good, I will admit. I'm quite happy with them. So I'll need to just ensure that that they work well. So I'll do a few raids. So I'll set myself up with a level 60 character, and then I'll go and do some raiding with them. And then, provided they work well enough, I might change what open world is about. I might change the story behind it from stripping dungeons out so that the things are in the open world and creating a story around that, to my original plan, which was to have a daily and a weekly hunting log, which is just SQL that Daisy injects every night into the database. So you basically have a process run, generates Daisy code in order to say, well, this is what I'm going to do. This is the random creatures I'm going to create around the world. And I'm going to create the YAML for it. Daisy will create the SQL for it, and then that then gets injected into the DB, and then it does a reboot. So each night the server can reboot, or next time you run it, you'll get all of these monsters like sort of spawning around for you with daily quests and weekly quests set up. So it's something to do to get you traveling around. So that's something that I think would be pretty cool too. So, but we'll see how things go over time. I got my AzerothCore built during the last week's stream. Nice. Can't get the client to run though on Apple Mac. Neither wine nor crossover is working. Crashes without after clicking on login. So I was going to install a desktop OS on Proxmox, but got busy. Oh, that's a shame, Paulie. Try installing Steam on the Mac, and then try and add your WoW client to Steam, and then turn on compatibility and see if it can use Proton. A.k.a. you said B2B, trying to install the required text for Daisy, ran into some issues loading the realmail.yml.clib. Are you using a virtual environment? Built AzerothCore during last week's stream. That's awesome, Polly. Try using a virtual environment. You may be colliding with system libraries. So try to do Python 3 space -m vmv space vmv, then activate it. So /vmv bin activate, and then do pip install requirements. That's pretty cool. You got a build though, Paulie. Did you get a build just by following the stream? Though I assume you went through the documentation as well, and the stream just sort of prompted you to do it. Yeah, that's okay, Kev. That's what these streams are about. They're about taking people with limited Python experience and making it not so limited. That's what it's all about, baby. Alright, where are we at over here? Stream is still excellent in terms of the connection quality, so that's good. Very nice. Okay, the video is going to be called How to Create a World of Warcraft. I should probably say part 2, shouldn't I? In the title. Alright, that's fine. I'll make sure that the video that essentially gets published is correct. Also 5 down. I thought we were too good. Great. Okay. No one with knowledge is around to help me with my pathing issue, so luckily a recompilation isn't too slow once it's done the initial build and I'm not changing any code. So it might be possible to test a few flags and recompile each time without it being a nuisance. Let me also ask a friend who might know. Question. The path to which it's compiled. You might know. 98%. 98%. Where are we on the stream? 98%. Oh, that's wow. That's really like almost perfectly. One warning generated 98%. Oh no, it's just slightly behind. Wow, that's cool. The power of the internet. Power of the internet. Linking the executable. Linking the executable. There we go. Alright, so if I now go AzerothCore, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Isn't that where it went to? Where did it go to? Yeah. Oh, it went. No, they're old. It's not those. Wasn't it in here? There we go. I think. Oh, build. Depths modules. That's all the source, right? There's a lot of bots standing around the starting zone waiting for quest mobs. This is a riot. I think that's pretty cool. Where did you install to, you absolute muppet? Except you didn't though. What the F? So you just compiled everything but then didn't do any. Oh, I didn't do an install. God, I'm so stupid at times. Alright, so now it'll do. Now it'll install it properly. But I'm still interested to see if the ETC will go to the right place. Linking. No, make install just last week. Yeah. Just like last week. Yeah, you're right, Paulie. I did the exact same thing last week, didn't I? And maybe I need to start doing like wrap it up in a make all or something. EMV. Okay. So there's been an ETC. Let's just do a quick thingy there. Yeah, just gets annoying after a while, so we'll just do a quick block there. Alright, so let's go. Yeah. Yeah, you're now oh, hang on, you're floppy now. Technician. Get back to work. Alright, so what happens if I run the world server here? Yes. it worked. So now if I copy etc world server into etc world server.conf, that's exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I needed. What's going on here? Just abort, don't worry about it. Stop! Did you code dump? It's because you didn't listen. Okay. So we've got the world server and thingy there. So what I think I need to do then is go to releases first. Well, can I edit it? Yeah, I can. Alright, we're going to have to knock these on the head. And then we're going to have to attach new ones, right? Home. AzerothCore. env dist bin. Auth server. World server. Open. Yeah. Okay. So now I should rerun the Ansible. And the new binaries should be downloaded because I think I deleted them all, right? Yeah, I did, yeah. Excuse me. So we'll update the binaries here now, update that release. And now we'll see if they work, but the configs don't go in the right place now. So AzerothCore configuration goes to home AzerothCore release /etc. It needs to be now bin /etc and bin /etc modules. I believe module source, modules build, binary. So then binary will then create the required directory, bin /etc. Let's raw dog it. Boom. Okay. Yeah, so let's create this new one. Main bin etc modules. It'll download the binaries. And then I'll just make sure all the config, even if I just have to do it manually for now. Oh, it has to get the map data. This will substantially reduce the amount of time to stand up an AzerothCore server. With all of these sort of modules precompiled, so I wonder if it's worth putting AHbot in as well, which is Blinky's suggestion. I guess it just means that the world feels a little bit more utilized, especially with player bots running around, right? Create required remaps, download an own archive. I actually don't know how big that is. How big is that archive? I always forget. Releases download. Data.zip. Cancel. But I do know that if you post items, they sell. That's interesting. They do sell. Yeah, that is correct. You are not wrong there. They do indeed sell. Oh wow, it's 1.2 gig. Okay. That's fine. I can add them to my own releases so that there's at least a degree of backup. But I should probably have some sort of proxy in place so that it's cached. So that I'm not doing that every time. The server camera isn't fitted in the best way that it could be. Strange. Alright, so now that's what we have. And we should have a main branch, quote unquote branch. Then we should have a bin with etc thingies in it, and then so the auth service should work. Oh, cannot open shared library, no flash data issue. Right, so now the issue is the shared libraries, because I've compiled on my system and they would have been different shared libraries. So I still need to compile inside of the VM Azeroth 2404 to make sure that I get the right libraries compiled against it. So unfortunately we did just waste a little bit of time there. Okay, that's fine. Let's go to all. Let's go to binary. Let's change it to source, and then. But what I did manage to test though, that was still worth it because what I did manage to test. Let's try running the world server. No, it's the same issue, of course. Yeah. Okay. Binary, bring it down. Let's go to here. And then we basically need that in our build. Compile.sh, compile.sh, cmake. Alright, that's a source. We can also actually go to here, go to the top, and then just do source. And then we can run it again. And then I can leave it running. And then come back to y'all later on. Alright. 5 hours is enough for me. Great stream. I'm gonna go get some food. And I will be online on the Discord server probably for the next 4 or 5 hours on and off as the day goes by. And then that'll be streamed next week. Thanks, Paulie. Thanks, Fisher. Thanks, KO. Thanks for testing the bots, man. 5,000 is mental. Hopefully you've not saturated and evaporated all of the cooling paste on your CPU. Might want to get under there and just check it hasn't all burnt away. Amazing! Thank you to everyone who watched via YouTube. Love it. Love you. Thank you. Next week again will be, if I get this fixed over the weekend, it will be looking at Daisy next week. I haven't gotten any calls from the colo, so we'll see. Another 10k, nice. Give it a shot. Oh, you're coloing a server, nice. That's what you meant. Oh, right, that's why you got your 250. Would it be cheaper to get a Hetzner? Something from like Hetzner. You can get pretty nice servers with like gigabit. Anyway, I've got to go. Let me know in the chat. You can keep going in either the World of Solarcraft chat or the Chit Chat channel in the community. Well, thank you very much. It's been awesome. It's been fun. I think we did some cool things, looked at some cool stuff. We got to see Simba. Simba will stay on the stream until someone else comes along and offers a other doggo face. Alright, thanks very much. Goodbye. Have fun.